candidates outside. We're starting now. He didn't confirm that. How are you? Yeah. It's a good idea. Very good morning, colleagues. It's now 9:25. I wish to welcome you all back to the second day of our interviews as it pertains to looking for candidates to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. A very good morning to you, Ms. Mbobo.
Morning, ma'am. Is it? Oh, okay. Yes, it is. Good morning.
Please, can you just state your full names for the record?
My name is Nolizwi Mpopo.
Very welcome this morning. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of this Portfolio Committee. I'm here with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. So please feel very relaxed. You are in the company of very friendly, hard-working, kind, honourable members, and they will not be very hard on you. So just relax and give us your best insights and ideas as to how we can jointly tackle this gender-based violence crisis that our nation is facing. What we will be doing, I'm going to just, as it's the beginning of the day, ask for a round of introductions so that we all know who's in the room. We'll start with you, Honourable Totetsi.
We are consistent in avoiding this principle of ladies first. No, my name is Tiamo Totetsi, a member of this committee coming from the Northwest Province. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Makosazane Ratebe, a member of this committee coming from Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kukulethu Mchunu. I am coming from KZN. Thank you.
Lela igama ngifeze Gambiko disuka Eastern Cape. Lilungu lale committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jasmine Peterson. I'm a member of this committee and I'm from Gauteng, the far west of Johannesburg.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues. My name is Iraisibe Mailula. I'm from Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and Chair, and all members. Naki Reneilo Polwane, Dwelling Pope, Galebore.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fisani Shabangu from Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and greetings to honorable members, staff members, and also our interviewee. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis from Gauteng, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm from Mpumalanga province. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Vabatu Mezwini, the Secretary of the Committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kashwa Abrams, the Content Advisor to the Committee.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. I'm Crystal Levendale, a researcher for the Committee.
Good morning. I'm Tasneem Matthews, researcher to the Committee. Good morning. My name is Orlando. I provide communication support for the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gavin Oberholzer. I am a sign language interpreter for Parliament.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kumisa Sukumba. I'm a freelance interpreter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Palisa Zigalala, sign language interpreter.
Morning, everybody. My name is Mlungi Simasego. I'm the sign language interpreter.
Thank you. Good morning, members. My name is Nomvula Kiba. I'm the unit manager in the committee section. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mbobo, please can you just start by firstly indicating to us whether you've got any conflicts of interest that you wish to declare, and are you aware that the position is not a salaried position, but that members of the board on our first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will only be receiving a stipend?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I can confirm that I don't have any conflict of interest initiative, and also I am aware that this is not a salary-based role.
Thank you. Then please just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, your background, your experience, qualifications, and why you would like to serve or be considered to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And also, as you are aware, we are looking for candidates from civil society or from the private sector. If you can also just give us an indication which sector you represent.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As mentioned earlier, I am Nolizu Mbobo. I am from Eastern Cape, Mount Fletcher, and now based in Johannesburg. I work for MultiChoice as a senior project manager. Currently, I'm responsible for any strategic position as in managing compliance and regulatory initiatives. And I basically look at the area where it exposes the organization to more risk and legislative demands. When it comes to my education, I've been trained and qualified in psychology, BCom risk management, information technology, and project management. From that background, I've received an intensive training in leadership, in strategy, and processes and implementation. Because of that background, it has helped me to strive in my current role because I engage with a lot of stakeholders across Africa. Since the governmental demands, regulatory demands across Africa, I play a crucial role to ensuring that the organization is safe from any reputational risk, operational risk that would emanate from incompliance. So because of that background, I am able to navigate complex situations, complex demands. Outside of work, I also play a role in community development and coaching. I run random counseling workshops and also coaching workshops and just development with secular or social individuals. I've been doing that for a while. This emanated from a place where I had a heart to develop people. I had a heart for community well-being. That is why then I am here. I found this as an elevated platform to have a more higher or louder platform to speak. Currently, where I feel I'm influencing, I would usually run online sessions and also speak on socials and also in religious sectors. So I found this to be a national opportunity for where the volume of my voice would be heard, to be able to be an integrator between the national parliament and the community. That is how I got to this place, and also with my training on implementation and strategy and processes, I find myself in a position where I am implementation driven, delivery driven, or deliverables driven. So I am more focused in strategic deployments or establishment of clarity and direction and accountability.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to hand over to Honorable Shabangu, who will be engaging with you, and she will also introduce herself. She did introduce herself earlier.
Good morning, Ms. Mbobo again.
Good morning, ma'am.
I hope you are relaxed now,
A
that you
little
know each and every one of us. Now we're going to start with the technical questions. My question will be, I would like you to outline your understanding of legal and policy framework that gives effect to the establishment of the oversight of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Legal and policy framework that, can you please say the last part?
Your understanding of legal and policy framework that gives effect to the establishment and oversight of the National Council on GBVF.
All right, thank you for the question. So my understanding when it comes to legal and policy framework, it is that it is a point of reference, and where the processes and the governance is clearly defined. It is where we ensure that there is a standardized approach to how the legal approach, the policy that is followed, which would list all the, if I'm using the right term, the clause on how this department is handled, how protocols are followed, the structures that are followed, and the rules that ought to be applied.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ms. Mbobo, can you please tell us what is the mandate of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Thank you, Honorable Kanile. The mandate, it is to create a structure of accountability. It is to coordinate GBVF work and deliverables. It is also to it is to coordinate, it is to manage, it is a council that is expected to ensure that there's also alignment nationally, provincially, and locally. So it drives the initiatives to make sure they combat the extreme rising of GBVF. So their role is just to ensure that there are strategic or there are established initiatives that work to ensure that there's proper management, there's proper coordination, there's proper what's the right term? Communication nationally, provincially, and locally regarding GBVF.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Chair. And good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
The NSP on GBVF is key policy that frames the work of the council. I'm going to just few questions. May you kindly outline your understanding of Pillar 2 and 5 of the NSP? Provide us role that the council should play in this or review it.
May I kindly request that you give the full word of the abbreviation of NSP?
NSP.
Yes.
It's a national strategic plan.
Oh, National Strategic Plan.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Will you please repeat the question for me? Yes, please.
Now, the national strategic question on gender-based violence and femicide is a key policy that frames the work of the council. Can you kindly outline your understanding of Pillar 2 and 5 of the pillars of the national strategic plan? Provide us with the assessment of the effectiveness of the national strategic plan and give us a sense on the role the council should play in regard to the roles in the pillars of the national strategic plan.
Thank you, Honorable Toteti. I will be frank on that one. That is the part of research I did not touch on. So if there would be a possibility to see the list, it would be easier for me to interpret it. But at this point with the list, I can't think of anything in mind at the point. Yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mkhunu.
Good morning, Ms. Mbobo. My question to you is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy child and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that the boy child is not left behind?
Thank you, Honorable Mkhunu. When it comes to a boy child, it actually has been a burden for me that we are empowering women and we're forgetting a boy child. And this stems from a family setup. How is the upbringing of a boy child? I understand that we have culture and tradition that helps shape up the mentality of a boy child. Have these been revisited to ensure the boy child fits in the newly equipped woman? Because the woman is equipped and assisted in how they should live life and how they should accept certain situations and how they should respond to circumstances. But we have equipped the girl but have not dealt with the boy child who often becomes, sometimes, not all the time, the perpetrator to creating the need for the girl child to be equipped this way. Now then, my thinking is that as we equip the girl child, the boy child should also be aligned with the principle that has been given to the girl child so that there's mutual understanding and interpretation of social expectation.
Thank you so much. Honorable Maya Lola.
Thank you again, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Mbobo. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Honorable. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. I've got two questions. They are in relation to governance. What is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as the operations of the National Council of GBV is concerned? and specifically your potential role as a member to serve on the board of the National Council.
Thank you, Honorable. My understanding on the corporate governance, also stemming from my current experience in the private sector, is that governance governs it governs the framework and operation, and then when it comes to governance, it ensures that there is alignment and accountability and legislature compliant. So in relation to one being part of the council or relating to the council of GBV, then it basically means there is a, what words do I use? It is then critical and important to ensure that governance is clearly adhered to, and it adheres to the national policy. And how the committee runs the department, it ensures that there's accountability, there's compliance, and there is a clear structure that has been defined. And yeah, that's all I can say currently.
All right, thank you. The second one is, what would you consider to be key attributes of a member serving on the National Council?
The key attributes would be, number one, I would think a strong stakeholder management, because you, at some point, you represent the people and also you represent the government. So basically it means you need to have a strong ethic when it comes to managing both stakeholders. That is one of the key. And the second one, I would also say it is understanding governance and accountability.
Thank you so much. Can I check if any honourable member would like to ask a follow-up question? Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also to our interviewee. Greetings to you once again. My question is centered around the background that you gave us in terms of the work that you're involved in. One would want to find out, in terms of some of the interventions that you have been involved in through both the corporate side and also in your social activism, what interventions have you put in place to combat gender-based violence and femicide? And you can give us examples of either physical interventions, processes, or even campaigns that you have been involved in. And if any, can you kindly provide us with what recommendations you would then put forward to the NCGBVF if you were to be a candidate that would then serve as part of integrating some of the experiences that you have had?
Thank you, Honourable. In terms of initiatives that I have established to combat gender-based violence, I would not say for now it is to combat, but I've offered free counseling sessions to victims. I would open up on social media and create posters in time. If you need counseling, you can book a session with me for free. That's the first one I have done. Besides then the group session, empowerment sessions, I've done those. And then I will rather also use it as maybe, let's say, to combat by equipping people on priorities, making choices, self-development. I have also, in the past years, I would actually pay for a girl child registration fees for universities, because I noticed that especially those who are still waiting for funding, they wouldn't have traveling money to come to the university and register. So I would put aside some money every year and take at least up to 5 to pay for their registrations. So for me, it was part of equipping and protecting them to ensure that they don't end up falling into the hands of a prey. And what do I think I can bring into the currently existing structure? So what I believe I can bring, I've heard, may I please use examples of encounters. I've seen cases where people come forward with their experiences, and when they approached help services, and you realize that similar stories but different outcomes or different processes or different responses to help services. So that made me think or feel that maybe the standardized approach where everyone will have the same experience, if for an example they start with the health worker to the police station to social development, I'm making an example of the process. They are able to experience, and maybe the questions that are asked, the follow-up questions, and the seriousness of each and every customized case, and how each of the partners treat such a condition. So what I would actually bring is establish and a clear standardized process, and also a training process for all these partners to ensure that each and every person or a victim experiences the same treatment, experiences the same response time.
Thank you so much. Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thanks again. Now, let's simplify it in this way. Do you think that economic dependence of one partner on another has a potential to fuel gender-based violence? And if that is the case, what do you think should be done to relieve that situation?
Yes, Honorable. Economic dependence has and does create gender-based violence. It can be emotionally, psychologically, financially, and other. So to mitigate that, it is important, like Honorable Nkunu mentioned, that we equip both the girl and the boy child. So if we live around equipped people, knowledge-given people, and it clears the cloud in the mind where you are able to make informed decision, you are able to wisely apply what you have without, yes, there could be triggers from experiences, past experiences and upbringings. But when people are empowered and equipped, there is a level of structure and a formation that happens in their brain, which will help them choose better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any more? Honorable Shmanka? Everyone? You're happy? Last question.
That's the last question from my side. On my last question, now it would be centered around your view on how the youth and persons with disabilities are affected by GBVF. What is your understanding? What is your view? And what interventions do you think must be put in place if there aren't any?
Thank you, Honorable. People who are living with disabilities who depend on the care of guardian, parent, or other do experience the the GBV. And the frustrating part is that people don't know proper channels. Some people will raise an alarm on socials that my neighbor or someone is going through this. And when people comment, see a social worker, go approach this, and they'll say, I've tried, no one shows up, or they came once and we have not heard from them. Then I then thought to myself, I think that would result from minimized agency training regarding certain matters. So I understand the power of training and development, change management within sectors. It assists to create some level of alarm when it comes to certain conditions. We've seen this, for an example, when there is an event, a catastrophic event that has happened, and now it becomes a loud cry on socials. Now everyone's mentality channels itself to the urgency of the matter, and everyone wants to, whether you adopt and help or you push back, but there's a strong adoption or opposition. So meaning, if the departments or partners were given that level of training and the emphasis of criticality of the matters, when a call comes in, the picking up a file to address or to attend to the call would be of a different approach and a different commitment. So I would believe that if a more intense training and development within the partners that play a crucial role in helping and combating what actually improve national attendance to this crisis.
Okay, thank you so much. I just need to inform you of the processes from here on in. Our portfolio committee will be interviewing 18 candidates in total. Once we've completed the interviews over the next 3 days, the portfolio committee will go back to Parliament, where we will be receiving 2 reports, one on HR, one on state security screening. Then the committee will deliberate. We'll also look again at our public commentary, but by and large, the public commentary we received on our candidates were in support of our candidates. So we will then deliberate on the interviews. From there, we will adopt a report. That report will then be sent to the National Assembly for consideration. And thereafter, it will be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately decide on the nominees to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. But we really do thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for engaging with the Portfolio Committee. Thank you for sharing your insights. And also thank you for the work that you are already doing in support of gender-based violence victims. So thank you very much. Is there anything you want to say in closing or anything you want to ask us?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would just like to thank you for the opportunity you've given me. It's a new thing for me, and it's a growth point for me. I've grown from this few minutes, and I understand better of what to look at and next time, and it's a lesson for me. And also, I would like to know in terms of what would mean success to you when it comes to this committee. When I did the research, my understanding, if the information was correct, that this would be the first ever committee. And I understand that for now there's no reference point and the learnings from the past committee. I understand there's an ideal expectation. I would be interested to know what that looks like.
So because, as you've just rightly said, the council, we've never had a National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So it will be the first one to be established. It will be an advisory body, so it will advise government and make recommendations on strategies and policies, new ideas to tackle gender-based violence, especially now that it's been declared a national disaster. So once the group of people that have been selected will get together, they'll of course discuss their program and how they will operate. So it won't be for us to decide how they will operate and how they'll do their work, but ultimately it's an advisory body that will advise government on strategy.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you
all
so
from
much.
me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very good morning, Reverend.
Morning.
Please, can you state your full names for the record?
Okay, thank you. My name is Reverend Perseverance Percival Molehe.
Thank you, Reverend. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have been tasked with the process of looking to identify suitable candidates to serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. As you know, recently the leadership of our country declared gender-based violence a national emergency, a crisis, and ultimately a national disaster. So it's imperative that we find the very best South Africans to serve on this council, people who've got a passion, new ideas, and strategies on how we can successfully tackle gender-based violence and femicide. So we look forward to engaging with you this morning. Can you just start by telling me whether you've got any conflicts of interest that you wish to declare, and whether you are aware that this is not a salaried position, but it will be a stipend. Members that are recommended to serve on this council will receive a stipend only.
Okay, thank you. No, on my side, there is no interest to declare, and I'm aware that there is no salary, it's only a stipend. I thank you.
Thank you, Rev. Please, can you start by telling this Portfolio Committee and all the South Africans that are watching a little bit about yourself, why you would like to be considered to serve on our first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and also tell us about, we are looking for candidates from civil society or the private sector, so also tell us which sector you are representing, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Reverend Perseverance Percival Molehe. I'm the presiding minister of the United Reformed Church in Southern Africa. I'm having 15 years experience in the ministry, working with the community, both male, female, and young people together with children. And also, I am also the member of the community programs, development outreach, including working with the different stakeholders in Middelburg community where I am based. And I'm also much involved, especially when it comes to the issue of youth and also women. And my role also as the minister of the church is to protect the rights of women, children, and young people. And in that way, it also makes me proud because we know that our mothers and children are very important in our daily lives. Now, as the Minister of Religion, I do care a lot about women, youth, and children, and together with the disabled people, because as the church, we also adopted one of the disability school that is called Bongin Sansa Stimulation Center in Middelburg. Is the one that we adopted as the church, where we are dealing with disabled people. And we also adopted the Twenyane secondary school children, where sometime we provide a school uniform and we give some motivations to those children. Now, as the Minister of Religion, I am also involved in the parole board at Hoshimampuru, the second Department of Correctional Services, where I'm helping also with the issue of the parole board there in that institution. But my interest as the Minister of Religion is mostly based on the GBVF, because as the church, last year, we launched GBVF in the church, where we invited many stakeholders to come together and work with us. Now, why I want to serve in this commission is because my interest, as I indicated, is on the issue of human, youth, and the children, together with the disability. Because we realize that in our community, there is a lack of information, or there is a lack of imbizos regarding this issue of GBVF. And it continues happening in our community, and especially when you are in the church as the minister, is where you get so many challenges where women, children of the church and in the community will come to you and talk to you about their challenges that they are facing. Now, I realize that if I can become a member in this council, I can able to help those women, those children, those young people who are suffering, including the disabled people, because they also experience GBVF in their families. And also, as the church, it's our role to protect each and every human being. But also, my other interest is that in this council, my interest is also to check on the issue of men, because also men are also facing GBVF in their lives. Now also this will give me an opportunity to have an one-on-one or imbizos or seminaries or workshops with men to discuss this matter. Then on the issue of my sector, I belong to the religious sector, and also I'm the member of the community development programs. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Can I hand over to you, Honorable Polwane?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ref.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Renee Polwane. I'm a member of this committee. I've got only one question for you, Ref. My question is, can you please outline your understanding on the legal framework that established and guide the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Okay, thank you. Can I request to repeat the question, please?
Please outline your understanding of the legal framework that establish and guide the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Your understanding
Okay,
on the
thank you.
framework.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yes, on the legal framework, according to my understanding, is that the framework that is used for the the GBVF is based basically on the legal structure of our country, where the justice must be fulfilled for the victims of GBVF. Now, my understanding is that the legal frame must also protect the victims of GBVF, so that at the end of the day, justice can able to be done in their daily lives.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, Rev. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what in your view is the mandate of this council, and how should it guide decision making? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My understanding and what I get on the issue of this council, the council firstly must bring a strategic leadership system. Simply mean that the council needs to provide the ways on how to prevent GBVF in our country. Secondly, the issue of the council is also based on the 4 pillars of the GBVF, to give guidance on that, especially accountability, justice, response, economic empowerment. Then, which means the role of the council is to guide and also give the way forward on how to, for example, how to face this challenge of GBVF in our country. And also the council, its role also is to give directive, especially to the minister, or guide the minister on things that needs to be implemented to avoid or to prevent the GBVF in our country. Now, in that way, the council, its role, the most important role, is to give guidance, is to give motivation, and is to implement the, for example, the programs that can be done, so that at the end of the day, our country can able to prevent GBVF. Because at the end of the day, as the council, the role also that also is important is to come up with the guidance and also follow the national strategic plan for GBVF. That is my understanding when it comes to the role of the council.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Over to you, Mahadebe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. My name.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Rev.
Morning.
From Mpumalanga. I'm a member of this committee. Briefly, the National Strategic Plan, NSP, on gender-based violence and femicide, GBVF, is key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you please outline your understanding of pillars 1 and 6. Provide us your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP, National Strategic Plan, and the role the Council should play in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hadebe. Yes, on the issue of the National Strategic Plan from 2020 to 2030, my understanding on these 6 pillars as indicated, that I should talk about number 1 and number 6. Yes, number 1 on this strategic plan is accountability. And I believe that as the council, we need to take full accountability regarding the work of GBVF. Because at the end of the day, as the council, we need to account on every aspect of GBVF so that at the end of the day, people can have trust on the members of the council and realize that the members of the council, when they do something or when they promise something, they are able to take a full accountability. The last one is the economic empowerment, where I believe that in the economic empowerment is the matter of bringing all the stakeholders together when to come with the ideas on how can we promote the issue of economic empowerment. Because I realize that most of the GBVF challenges that we are facing in our country mostly is affected by the high rate of unemployment. And I believe that as the council, it's our responsibility to engage all the people who are responsible for economic empowerment to come up with the way on how can we resolve this matter. Now, as the council, I believe that it's our duty to follow the National Strategic Plan and make sure that we implement it effectively, and it will also bring the good results and the good fruits for the perpetuators of the GBVF. Now, that is my understanding in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Honorable Mbiko.
Molo mfundisi.
Molo ma.
Ninjani?
Siyaphila.
Okay, enkosi. Nanku umbuzo wakho ke. Ipatriarchy and toxic masculinity is said to fuel GBVF. And calls have been made to promote positive masculinity. What is your understanding of these concepts? Would you promote positive masculinity as an area to be advocated by the council?
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mama. Yes, as the member, if I become a member of the council, yes, I will promote a positive masculinity in the council, so that at the end of the day, we can able to bring positivity to our nation, so that at the end of the day, they must understand that in life that we are living on, the issue of GBVF is not right, but at the end, if we have a positive masculinity about this GBVF that is happening in our country, I believe that will also solve the challenges that we are facing. Now, myself personally, I will promote that positive one.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Reverend, and greetings to you. My name is Honorable Chauke Adonis, a member of this portfolio committee. My question is centered around governance. Now, I want you to give me what are some of the characteristics, according to you, that frame good governance. That's number one. Number two, how will you, if you were to be appointed into the NCGBVF Council, ensure that there is good governance that take place? And lastly, what are some of those characteristics that those who are appointed in the NCGBVF should possess?
Thank you very much. On the issue of governance, it's very important that we follow the rules and regulations of the GBVF Council in the Department of Human, Youth and Persons with Disability. Now, the most important thing is that when you follow the good governance in this department or in this the GBVF sector, number one, I believe that transparency is very important in the good governance. And secondly, I believe that honesty is also part that forms a good governance. And following the policies of the GBVF in the council, it also brings a good governance. And also, I believe that the characteristics of people who be appointed in the council, number one, the characteristics that I can outline is the ethical and moral characteristics, because those are the most important part. And secondly, is the how you present yourself as a person in the community. It also gives you a good chances to be a member of the council. And also, as the council member, your behavior, your character must embrace that you can deserve to be a member of the council. Now, in that areas of characteristics, I believe that a person must be a person whom the community look at him or her, must be a person with those characteristics. Because at the end of the day, you are there to protect the nation, to protect youth, human and children, and people with disability. Now, I believe that in those characteristics, a person can able to enter in the National Council.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Colleagues, can I ask if any of you would like any follow-up questions? Honorable Tiamo.
Good morning, Reverend.
Good morning.
It's really that.
Come on, how?
Ralebo. My name is Siamo Zotet. Now, looking at your CV, I see that you do various things in church, which include some of them. That is number 3, which you have written here. You say you do financials, tax, risk, and facility management. In number 6, you say you do fundraising. Can you explain briefly to us what does that entail? And how, if appointed, will you use these skills to assist the work of the council?
Thank you for that question. Yes, in the church where I am based, as the leader of the congregation, we are having the Finance Commission that is formed by only members of the congregation who are having financial qualification. Now, in that Finance Commission, I am the part of them where I give guidances, where I give some motivation, especially when it comes to the issue of public funds, to guide them on how to be transparent to the congregation, how to do internal and external auditing for the church. Because at the end of the day, when we are dealing with public, you must be fair and honest to them. And secondly, on the issue of fundraising, yes, I'm a good fundraiser as the minister of the church, because normally I go out, present the proposals of the projects that we have. I even once went to Germany where I was going to ask funding to build the church in 2015, 2016. Now, in that way, is where I've learned how to fundraise for the church. And I also engage with different business people, present the proposal of the fundraising or the project that we want to do. But at the end of the day, when they funded us, we also do a comprehensive financial report, internal audit and external audit, and we give it back to the members who, or to the business people who manage to fund, to support our project financially. And also, we also issue the certificate of Section 18A so that they can able to claim the tax at the end of the financial year. Now, in this part, as the Minister of Religion, my role also, when I can be appointed in the GBVF National Council, I will also assist on the issue of how to fundraise, how to approach the funders or the donors, so that at the end of the day, the work of the council can able to go and flow well. But the most important thing is that when you do fundraising or when you seek for financial assistance, you must also be responsible to give a fully fledged financial and audited report.
Thank you very much, Reverend. The last question, or are you satisfied? Thank you. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Reverend, I wanted to understand, I wanted to get from you, perhaps how do you see the act, the legislation that speaks towards GBVF translating into tangible results in terms of how you would then approach its implementation?
Okay, thank you. When I see the act of GBV, I realize that with my reading and understanding it, is a very good act that protects the victims of GBVF. Now, in that part, if I can be elected as a member of the council, the strategy that will come with is to study the act and understand it fully, so that at the end of the day, we can able to implement it accordingly. And along the journey, we realize that somewhere, somehow, the act, there are some certain aspects that need to be added on the act. Then in that regard also, we can also maybe come up with other additionals on the act, so that the act can able to cover the all aspect of the GBVF. Then in that regard, personally, I can able to assist on implementing the act, and so that the community and the members of the community understand the purpose of the act and its importance to the situation that we are living on currently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Colleagues, any further follow-ups? No? Reverend, thank you very much for spending the morning with us. I need to just inform you of the process going forward. We will be engaging with these interviews for the next day, today and tomorrow still. We're interviewing 18 candidates in total. We will then go back to Parliament where we will receive a state security briefing and HR screening. We will also engage with Parliamentary Legal Services on the public commentary that we have received. But by and large, we've received very positive comments on our shortlisted candidates. The committee will then engage on the interviews and we will compile a report with our nominated candidates, the candidates that we will nominate to the National Assembly. In the National Assembly, it will be debated, whereafter it will be sent if it is accepted, and it will then be sent to the President, who will ultimately make a decision on who will serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But thank you for putting your hand up to serve your nation and to be a part of this fight against our national crisis. And we wish you well. We will stay in touch and continue to do the good work for your community. Thank you very much, Reverend.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Abantu be-style, so yeah. Yeah. Private coffers.
Colleagues, we will restart now. The candidate that we are interviewing next will not be Dr. Numalo. As I've indicated, Dr. Numalo missed the flight and therefore is still on the way. We will be interviewing Ms. Mare, who's the next candidate. So if you can just check in your packs, you will see we are now moving to the next candidate, Ms. Mare. And then from Ms. Mare, we will, by that time, Dr. Numalo would have come from the airport. We will then engage with Dr. Numalo. Very good morning to you, Ms. Mare.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for being early. You've actually helped us quite a lot. Our candidate that was going to be interviewed in the 11 o'clock slot missed her flight. So we are most grateful that you were able to come a little bit earlier. And just for the record, if you can just state your full names for us, please.
Honourable Chair, my full names are Marne Mare.
Marne Mare. Welcome, Ms. Mare. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. But please feel relaxed. We want to have a good engagement with you. We want to get to know you a little bit better. We want to understand why you put your hand up to serve our nation. I also just need to, at the start, ask you to declare whether you've got any conflict of interests that you want to declare, and whether you are aware that the position that we will be filling, or the 7 positions that we will be filling, are not salaried positions, but the candidates or nominees who will serve on the council will only receive a stipend. If you can just...
Honourable Chair, I do not have any conflict of interest. You know, I will be admitted as an advocate later this year, and my job is not to have a conflict of interest in any case. So should something arise, I will definitely be very transparent about it. And yes, I am aware this is an unpaid position, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Murray. So I think we will kick off the interview with you just explaining. Honourable members will introduce themselves as they engage with you through the interview process. But maybe you can just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, your background, your experience, and also why you would like to be considered as one of the people who will serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We are also looking for candidates from civil society as well as the private sector. So maybe also talk to us about which sector you represent. Thank you. And be relaxed. These are very friendly, honourable members. You don't have to be scared.
It's easier said than done, but yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have been an entrepreneur and business owner for the past 11 years. And then, as you know, I've also got a law degree, and I've just completed in 2025 my pupillage as an advocate. So I will be admitted to the High Court in July of this year. Over and above that, I have been very actively involved in my community when I still lived in the Karoo, being, part of the CPF of the police, and then part of the Museum Council as well as the Safety Council in Sutherland. And, I have found that, or I've seen both sides, how things should work, and also how things work and how people are affected when a system falls apart. So I was listening last night to some of yesterday's interviews that was held here, and there was one lady that absolutely stood out. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Anele, and amazing woman, a lot of courage in what she said yesterday. And, that just made me feel, maybe I'll share a little bit. So I was molested when I was 14 years old, not a cool thing to happen, but not unique, because that happens to thousands of girls and boys and adult people in South Africa. You know, and it made me think I've got a lot of blessings in my life, and to see where that lady came from yesterday and how she, the kind of courage that she shines out of her, it was just like, with all my blessings, I need to pay it forward. And to me, it is important to, instead of sitting on the sideline and saying, or complaining about how things are in the country, rather try and make a difference and work on something with other people to see if we can make things better for people in this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barre. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Shabango.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you, Ms. Marais. I'm Honorable Fisani Shabangu from Mpumalanga. And I'm glad that I'm talking to a newly qualified advocate. Am I saying it right?
Thank you, Honorable.
So, yeah, my question will be around the legal framework. I just want you to give your own understanding of the legal framework that establishes and guides the National Council of Gender-Based Violence, NF. Thank you.
Honourable Member, are you referring to the 6 pillars, being accountability, the first one? Am I correct in stating
No,
that?
not yet. I'm not there, Ms.
Oh, yeah.
Marais. I want you to tell this panel your understanding of legal framework that led to the establishment of this National Council of Gender-Based
I
Violence.
understand. So, Honourable Member, this has been a long time coming. As far as I remember, it goes back to 2018 already, when there was a big outcry about gender-based violence and femicide. And a lot of work has been done. But unfortunately, there has been no platform that has basically implemented whatever has been put on paper. So what I have read of the strategic plan, it's a great plan, but unfortunately without implementation, you know, it will only be something that is well written on paper.
Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ms. Marais, can you please just tell us what is the mandate of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Honorable Kanile, I would say it is to oversee and implement this national strategic plan. So not to make any new plans, but whatever is written there, to see what has been, what kind of research has been done, and then also how can we implement it, what are the ramifications basically if stuff is not implemented, and how we can take this piece of, or this written document, and make it something live that will benefit everybody in this country.
Thank you so much. Next honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Ms. Marais.
Good morning, honourable member.
In August, we'll refer to you as Advocate Marais.
I'm not there yet. Almost.
So now let's say Ms. Marais. So the NSP on GBVF is the key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you kindly outline your understanding of pillars 2 and 5? Also provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and whether, and in terms of the role of the Council, what do you think should the Council do, or rather, What role do you think the council should play in this regard?
Okay, so let me quickly think about this clearly. So pillar 1 was accountability. I think pillar 2 was prevention. Am I correct or not? I'm sorry, I'm just talking out of my head. I actually made a couple of notes when I read through all these things. Because what I found was if pillar 1 and then pillar 6 are not in place, the rest of the pillars will basically fall apart. You know, so if we have leadership and accountability correct, pillars 2, 3, 4, and 5 will automatically come to life. But if 1 and 6 is not where it should be, then the whole pack of cards or house of cards will basically come down. Can you just enlighten me on pillar 2, Honourable Member?
Oh, pillar 2. Must I tell you what pillar 2 is?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I was thinking it's not justice. I think that was 3. So 2 was prevention.
And rebuilding social cohesion.
Pardon?
Prevention and rebuilding social cohesion.
Aha. So let me think about this. To prevent something, you know, we first have to get a system to where that, well, a system that has a safe place for people that has actually been exposed to gender-based violence, to where they can go and report this without feeling that they are being judged or, you know, so it's got to be a safe spot. And then you said pillar 5, Honourable Member, and I'm trying to think what that was because it was. Would you mind assisting me, please? Pardon? Economic power. I am not quite sure what to say about economic power, sir. So I do apologize for that.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much. We will go to, who's the next honourable member? Mkhunu?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Maresp. My name is Kukuletu Mkhunu, all the way from KZN.
Good morning.
Morning. The question is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, persons with disabilities, children, youth and adults, are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability? I can repeat the question.
If you can maybe just frame it for me in a little bit of a different way. So, if you won't mind, Honourable Member.
Okay, let me start again.
Yes.
Yeah, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, persons with disabilities, youth, and adults, are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for repeating that for me. You know, I feel everybody, whether you are disabled or not, should be, what is the right word? You know, if something happens to any person, whether a boy, a girl, a man, a woman, a person with disabilities, those people need to be handled with compassion and respect. And they must be heard for what is happening to them. And there must be ways that they can feel safe to actually to speak to people that will be able to help them, ma'am. So I hope that answers your question. If not, please do tell me if I didn't answer your question.
We will ask for follow-ups at the end, so it's fine. Colleagues, we're going to move as we're moving. The next question is from the Honourable Mailola. Oh, I almost skipped you. Sorry, Honourable Mailola.
It's fine. Thank you very much, and good morning, Ms. Marie. My question is in relation with governance. What is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as in the operation of the National Council of GBV is concerned, and specifically your potential role as a member to serve on this board?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Corporate governance, I think that is or has to do with ethical behavior and integrity. So, due to my line of work that I'm in, I'm very used to asking difficult questions, and I'm also a very ethical person. So to me, it would be to see where we are, what needs to be done, how in an ethical manner we can all move together, implement whatever is stated in the strategic plan, and then move forward in an ethical manner to implement it, and also be very transparent to our fellow South Africans, because I think the people out there needs to know what is happening in this newly elected council and what work are they doing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Also, what would you consider to be the key attributes of a member serving on this board?
Definitely independence, integrity, honesty, and a willingness to put ourselves out there and work together to make or to implement this plan.
Ms. Marie, maybe just give us an indication. You come from a community where you spoke about Sutherland being in the Karoo. We know that it's a community that is affected, as you said, by social ills, joblessness, substance abuse, and then that often also is a gateway to gender-based violence and those issues. Having worked in your community, having seen firsthand what the challenges are, what then would be your role? What would you want if you were given an opportunity to serve? Remember, this is going to be a council that will not only implement the NSP, but it will also be an advisory body. In other words, the reason for the National Council to be established is because the President felt that it is important to hear other voices, voices from civil society, from the public sector, because quite clearly, gender-based violence is a crisis. We declared it an emergency. We declared it a national disaster. But we seem to not be winning the war. So with your practical experience, if the President had to convene the council and ask for inputs, how do we better fight this crisis as a country? What would be some of the inputs, ideas, visions that you would contribute to a new strategy?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What I found in the Sutherland community was basically, and after serving on the CPF specifically, so firstly, there wasn't a safe place at the police station. So if anybody had to come to report this, you don't want to stand in the middle of the general office there and say, something happened to me. No, you would like to be in private and you would like to speak to somebody that you feel hears you and understands what's going on. Furthermore, what I found was we had a big lack of support from a social or having, sorry, what is the word for, what's 'n maatskaplike werk? Social worker. So the social worker we had in Sutherland unfortunately lacked in what she was supposed to do in her duties. So having a strong social worker to support with this, support with the young kids, if something happens to the mother, where will the kids be going? Unfortunately, this is such a big thing, so one can't just pinpoint one little thing. So my main thing is about safety and how do you start with these people? Where does the little kids go? What happens if the dad kills the mother? Like we've had a couple of those incidents now. What do you do? There needs to be emotional support for the whole family, basically. So I think this is not only a thing for the council, it is a thing for South Africa in general. How do we address each other? How respectful are we to each other? In which manner do we speak to each other? Instead of standing at a barbecue and laughing at some guy's derogatory comment about a woman, for instance, stopping that person and saying, whoa, maybe that's not the right thing to say, and start actively being mindful, because I think that will cause a ripple effect. If one person is mindful, his little circle around him might change, and so we can carry on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mare. Can I check if there are any further follow-ups? Honorable Shabango, Honorable Chauke Aduenes. Aduenes?
Okay, not a problem. Greetings to yourself, Ms. Mare. My name is Honorable Chauke Adonis, a member of this committee. So my question would be now centered around the cross-intersectionality of understanding gender-based violence. What would that be, or what would your understanding be, and how would you ensure that this is also understood by those who are to be appointed in the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Honorable Adonis, I don't quite understand the question. Is it possible to maybe just frame it in another way, please?
Okay. When I speak about the cross-intersectionality of victims of gender-based violence, I mean that they are women, they are children, they are persons with disabilities, LGBTQA+, etc., and various communities. How would you, in your understanding of this, what is the impact of it, and how would you ensure that those who are appointed, if you were to be appointed in the NCGBVF, that it is then addressed at that level? So not focusing only on what we know typically, the focus is on children and women only.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Well, firstly, I think it's got to be all-inclusive. What about the boys and the men? Everybody is affected. There's some boys that are also being harassed, and that's also being influenced by this whole gender-based violence problem. So firstly, I think we should start from a very young level, like schooling and churches, and talking to everybody, not only the children, or whether you are gay or straight or a female, it doesn't matter, you are human first. So I think we need to start educating our country about what is going on, what are each one of us going to do to make it better. And, we must also address each other, as I said previously, with the utmost of respect. We are definitely, unique, each one of us, and that must be looked at in a very favorable manner.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mare. The last question, Honorable Shabango. She's the sweeper.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ms. Marais, taking from the constitution of the country as the legal framework, chapter 1 and 2 of the constitution, how does it relate to this council that we are establishing?
Honourable Member, if I think about Chapter 2 of the Constitution that relates to all our fundamental rights, I think if we look at equality and we look at dignity and we look at everything that is written there, that is the way I feel the Council must move forward in a what's the right word? With a lot of compassion for everybody involved and to really see how we can make a difference in this country and not only being the guys that ticks the boxes and say, you know, yeah, we've done the work, but really going the extra mile to mean something and to try and make things better in this country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mare. It's your opportunity now, before I outline the rest of the process. Well, I will give you an opportunity to address us in closing or ask us any questions. But just to inform you that this portfolio committee will be interviewing 18 candidates. You are one of the 18 candidates. From here, we will engage in a process back at Parliament where we will receive a state security briefing on our candidates, an HR screen on our candidates, where of course we will verify that you're about to become an advocate. And then we will receive legal opinion on our public commentaries. Luckily for us, we've received by and large positive comments about our candidates. From there, we will, as a portfolio committee, deliberate on all the interviews, and we will then make a recommendation in the form of a report to the National Assembly. Once in the National Assembly will debate and hopefully pass our report, where after that report is then sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately make the decision on who he wants to appoint to this National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Is there anything you want to say to us in closing or any questions that you would like to ask?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Firstly, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. That already was major to me. The only thing I would like to ask you is, I know things don't move as quickly as we want them to move. So what do you think, timeline-wise, how long from, for instance, interviews this week to when the Parliament decides which direction they're going to go with the candidates?
So we are aiming for Parliament to adopt our recommendations by the end of Feb. Okay. Then that report is sent to the Speaker and the Speaker will send it to the President. The President made it clear last year to us that he was not happy that the process is not moving in a faster speed. So we assume that by March, when we give him the names, he will apply his mind speedily to the candidates that we are suggesting. So we hopefully, because we were aiming for the next financial year, so we're hoping by March, at least by April, that the President will pronounce on his candidates. So it should move very fast from here, not long time frames.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mare.
No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Mare. We wish you well. Good luck with your new career path and continue to do the good work that you are doing in your community. Thank you, Ms. Mare.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The next candidate, colleagues, is Dr. Nxumalo Zwide for our KZNers. Zwide. Zwede. Very good morning, Zwide. Welcome to Parliament.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much. And we are sorry about your flight, that you missed your flight, but thank you for still coming through. And we really want to thank you for availing yourself for this very important appointments that we are looking for candidates for. So we would like to start by telling you that we are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm with my honourable colleagues. They will introduce themselves. Please do feel very relaxed. These are very friendly members. They are very kind and they want to learn more about you. Please, can you just state your full names for the record and your title?
I am Miss Vuyisiwe Nxumalo.
Thank you,
Soon to
sweetie.
be.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you whether you've got any conflict of interest that you would like to declare and whether you are aware that the candidates or nominees that will eventually serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide will not receive a salary, but that it will only be a stipend?
I do confirm that I do not have any conflict of interest, and I am very much aware that this is not a salary-paying post.
That's wonderful. So as you are relaxing into the hot seat, just tell us a little bit more about yourself, your background, where you come from, why you want to be considered to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Also, we are looking for candidates from civil society as well as the private sector. So maybe also elaborate as you answer which sector you represent.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair, for your question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here before you all. I am Vuyisiwe Nxumalo. I am a young girl from a rural area called Greenpoint in Bigville, KwaZulu-Natal. I have, however, spent a portion of my life in Soweto, here in Gauteng. I am a young, grieving mother whose journey is what I can say a journey that reflects resilience and how one person can constantly be in a position where they fight not to be consumed by their grief. I am a qualified and professional social worker. I hold a master's degree in social work where my study looked at or explored the experiences of men living with HIV in Okahlamba local municipality, which is located in a rural area in KwaZulu-Natal. I am also a PhD candidate in social work, where my study looks at the paternal involvement of, or rather the paternal involvement in the grieving process of single mothers after the loss of a child in rural KwaZulu-Natal. I have or rather my journey has been that has been shaped by a lot of leadership and also public service to rural areas and also urban areas. I have served in the Girls and Boys Education Movement, which was a Seoul City Institute initiative in partnership with the Department of Basic Education. I have served in the Social Work Students Association and also in the Seventh-day Adventist student movement. I'm also a part of I serve in different civil society organizations. I'll just mention two for now, which is the Suliwe Foundation and Young Women of Africa, where I continue to do the work that speaks to addressing social ills, which includes gender-based violence, gender equality, and also ensuring that we create a better and safer South Africa for all people. For now, I think that is where I will land.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Honourable.
Morning, Ms. Ngumalo.
Good morning,
Maybe
Honourable
because
Member.
I'm Sotho, I'm saying Ngumalo. It's okay.
It's okay.
A very good morning to you. From my side, I've got only one question for you, my girl. The question is, can you please outline your understanding on the legal framework that establish and guide the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Okay. Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for your question. I did not get your surname, Honourable Member. Polwane.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Honourable Polwane. I understand that the National Council for Gender-Based Violence is established, or the council itself is established according to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence Act 9 of 2024, which is a relatively new act that is put into place. It is a legal framework that is anchored in the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. It basically regulates how the functioning or how this council will function. It is currently, guiding how you are conducting these interviews, what kinds of candidates are needed for this kind of portfolio or for being part of this particular council. It outlines also how the council in and of itself is expected to work. It outlines various issues or various matters on remuneration. It outlines reporting, reporting stages at this point. So this council is guided by the National Council on Gender-Based Violence Act 9 of 2024. Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question.
Thank you very much. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Ngumalo.
Good morning,
My name is
Honourable.
Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what, in your view, is the mandate of this council, and how should it guide decision-making? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Peterson, for your question. Now, the core mandate of this council is to provide multi-sectorial and coordinated national responses to gender-based violence, where we look at how can this board play a role in bridging the gap between civil society and also the government or the presidency, the office of the presidency and parliament itself. So we look at how we can bring about different stakeholders and collaborate in the fight against gender-based violence.
Thank you so much, Honourable Khadebe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Malo.
Good morning, Honourable Member.
Honourable Radebe. I'm a member of this committee. Briefly, the NSP on GBVF is key policy that frames the work of the council. May you please outline or understanding of the pillars 2 and 5. Provide us your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the council should play in this regard.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khadebe, for your question. As I had previously alluded, that the council in and of itself and the Act, the legal framework, is anchored in the National Strategic Plan. And the pillars, it has 6 pillars in total. And what I will focus on is, of course, the pillars that you have asked me about, which is pillar 2 and 5. In pillar 2, this pillar speaks to the prevention and the rebuilding of social cohesion. Now, this pillar looks at how we can bring about people together to start conversations around how do we stop the increase of gender-based violence within the South African context, and not only to just respond about the issue on paper, but also how do we make sure that these responses on the prevention of gender-based violence are actually seen and felt at the grassroots level. It also speaks to social cohesion, where we look at how do we bring about community members, how do we rebuild that spirit of Ubuntu among community members, where we understand that you belong in this community and therefore you should protect in everything that pertains to this community and everyone who is a part of this community. Now, this policy has been partially achieved, I may say, as we see the work of civil society movements or civil society organizations. I will just speak on the work that I have been doing with the civil society organizations that I am in. The Silio Foundation has communities and trying to bring together communities. And when we look at social cohesion, we look at how do we bring people together? What brings people together? For example, in a rural area where I'm from, they have something called Umongo, which is a stokvel. So women come together, and this is not only a platform for them to save money and, empower themselves economically, but it is also a space where they get to engage on current matters pertaining their communities. They get to engage on how exactly are we affected by certain things? Are the responses relevant to us? If not, what are we doing to try and ensure that the responses on gender-based violence are something that we can relate to and something that women around communities are able to relate with? When it comes to prevention, we have engaged with a number of people in leadership, especially those in traditional authorities, where we look at, as a traditional authority, how do you create a space where those who are in power, including men, come together and discuss how they can play a part in preventing the spread of gender-based violence? How do they play a part in bringing about togetherness and social cohesion in communities? We also look at how religious figures or organizations can also play a part in the prevention or in stopping the rise of GBV, where we look at, as religious leaders, what is it that you are teaching the people who follow you? What examples are we setting for people so that they see the dangers or the importance or the urgency of gender-based violence being addressed? And the second pillar that I will talk about is pillar 5, which speaks to economic power. Now, economic power does not only speak to women economic empowerment, but it speaks to every person's economic empowerment, youth, people with disabilities or persons with disabilities. It speaks to the LGBTQI plus community. It does not only speak to women, and that's the mistake that we see many people in civil society making, where women are prioritized, which is a good thing because they are previously disadvantaged, but it also needs a holistic approach where we look at how do we include everyone in economic empowerment. Just recently with an organization that I'm part of, which is Young Women of Africa, we had a Miles for Change program where it was a gender-based violence response that we had in Polokwane, where we had a summit and we discussed issues of gender-based violence. But not only did we stop at discussing these, but we looked at how can we empower women who are victims of gender-based violence to actually gain economic freedom. And that's when we started training them on how to become nail technicians. So they were provided with training. Not only that, but they were also given startup kits. And today they are running their own small businesses of doing nails, and they're also empowering other women to take charge of their economic power. Thank you for your question, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mbiko.
Hello, okay, now I can hear you. Emolo Dogodela, omncane.
Soon to be, Honorable Member.
Unjani sis?
Ngiyaphila mama njani?
Akho nto. Ndiyaxolisa. Ngoko ubudlule kubo be-grief. I know exactly how you feel. Nama I'm a ruralitarian. Ndingunolali. I know how you feel. Usezilalini, une-loss. Nambe ndine-loss apha ku-November, apha ku-December. I'm very sorry, sweetie.
I'm very sorry for your loss also.
Thank you, my love. So my question is structured like this. Notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, persons with disability, children and youth are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability? Thank you, Sisi.
Thank you, Honorable Mbiko, for your question. Now, there has been measures put in place to address gender-based violence, as you have mentioned, especially when it comes to vulnerable groups of people, like people or persons with disabilities, the LGBTQIA+ community. And I do believe that some of the interventions that are put in place have really yielded results, because we see that there is a growing number of cases of GBV that are reported. And it's not only a matter of it's women that are reporting, but we see men also coming forward and saying, we are also victims of gender-based violence, and we want to be part, or we want to be included in these responses to gender-based violence. And I see that there is progress. I believe that we can look, in order to create more interventions that are more relevant to these marginalized groups, we can look at, or when we are implementing our strategies or plans, we can look at the intersectionality of gender-based violence, where we look at different factors that affect how you experience gender-based violence as persons with disability, as a man in South Africa, as a woman in a rural area, and then we can move from there. How does age affect how you experience gender-based violence? How does age affect how you receive the responses that are put in place for gender-based violence? And I think when we look at the interventions, and we make evidence-based and research-based interventions, we are more likely to achieve the goals of the National Strategic Plan to its optimum.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nxumalo. My name is Honorable Tsogofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, a member of this portfolio committee. My question is centered around good governance. So in your understanding, what are the attributes of good governance? Number one, adding to it, would it be, how would this be applicable or applied in the NCGBVF? Lastly, it would be, what are the characteristics that should be present for those who are to be appointed in the NCGBVF in terms of good governance?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for your question. I'm just trying to note them all down so I don't forget. Thank you so much, Honorable Chauke, for your question. I believe that it would be not to say it would be wrong, but it would be failing to answer if I speak of good governance and I do not mention the King 4 document, which basically outlines and guides, or it gives us guidelines on what is good governance. When we speak of good governance, we speak of accountability, we speak of transparency, we speak of conflict of interest management, we speak of respecting the Batubili principles, we speak of ethical and effective leadership, and these are all important things, especially when you are working in a government sector and even in a private sector, or working in a council such as this one. You are required to be someone who is accountable. You are required to practice transparency, and you are required most of all to have ethical leadership. And that is what I see or I view as good governance. And when it comes to the application of this, of good governance in the council, I would ensure that there is accountability on the side of the council, where we are held accountable and we are not afraid of being held accountable on even our shortcomings, where we list what we've been able to do and what we have not been able to do, so that we are able to go back and correct what needs to be done so that we can leave no one behind in the fight against gender-based violence. When we look at ethical leadership, we must be guided, or the council must be guided by ethical leadership, where they are honest people and they're able to work with integrity to ensure that, or work with ethical principles to ensure the integrity of the council. And lastly, when we speak of the application, I would ensure also that there is regular reporting and monitoring and evaluation systems to ensure that we are able to see the progress that the board is making, or sorry, that the council is making, and where is it that we lack and how we can improve on these things. And the last question speaks to the characteristics of a board member or a council member in this case. In my understanding, the key characteristics of a council member is a person who is a strategic thinker, a person with integrity, a person who is independent, a person who is willing who's willing to listen and learn from the people that they are working with, and also a person who understands governance and policies. And lastly, I believe another characteristic of a council member would be someone who values the lives of people, who is able to put the interests of the public first before that of their own. Thank you so much for your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngumalo. A follow-up question. I see two hands. Honourable Sotetsi. Dicela mic.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngumalo. Now, in your, my name is Tiamo Tsotetsi. Now, when you were telling us about yourself, you did mention that you've made a research, I think as part of your master's research, that speaks, that looks into men generally. Now, part of what this council will be doing will be to advise government. Having been informed by your research, what would you say must be the orientation of men in our bid to reduce the scourge of gender-based violence?
Thank you so much for your question, Honorable Member. Some of the reasons why we are struggling or having difficulties in the fight against gender-based violence, it's because we have excluded men, simply because majority of the gender-based violence cases that are perpetrated by men. So men are viewed mostly as perpetrators rather than people we can come into partnership with in the fight against gender-based violence. So I believe that bringing men on board, and I'm very happy that you raised this, because we addressed such an issue in the convention that we had as Young Women of Africa last year. We spoke to how we can bring men on board, because it is difficult to fight against gender-based violence and other social ills if you are fighting in isolation. If you are fighting and you are directing your fight against men or against a particular gender, rather than bringing them on board and saying, this is the problem that we are fighting against. Now, bringing men on board would be a priority in trying to address or make sure that we are all together in the fight against gender-based violence. That's how I believe we could work around it. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Are you okay, Honourable Member? Okay. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mayor Ngumalo, again, I'm with you. My question would be around patriarchy. Now, I would like for you to give us your observation, or through your studies, how patriarchy contributes towards the rise of gender-based violence and femicide, but also, in your view, what is positive masculinity, and how can we ensure that we promote this if you were to also be appointed in the NCGBVF Council?
Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for your question. Can I just note it down? Thank you so much once more for your question. Now, we live in a continent called Africa, where patriarchy is one of the key things that we experience across different areas. Whether you are in an urban area or a rural area, patriarchy is there. Where there was even a social media debate about patriarchy and how patriarchy also plays a part in the increase of gender-based violence, in the increase of other social ills like substance abuse and other social ills. Now, when we look at what role does patriarchy play, patriarchy in and of itself is seen as a system that promotes or that is pro-men, where a man is this, a man is that. As a man, you are the head of the home. As a man, if I may put it like that. And these are some of the things that perpetuate men, or that lead men into believing that they are owed something. Some men, let me rather say that. It makes them believe that they are on top of the world. And if anyone dares to oppose whatever it is that they put on the table, then they are going against patriarchy head on, and they will be dealt with severe measures. Now, that is the role that it plays. It grooms even young boys into having an attitude, and this is the negative side of patriarchy, where it grooms boys to have an attitude that they are entitled to certain things. It fosters an attitude of entitlement in boys, whereas there are other communities where there is patriarchal systems in place. However, they foster positive masculinity, where we say that as a man, your duty is to protect what is yours. Your duty is to guide and lead in a positive manner, or in a good manner where you look at the your weaker counterpart as someone that you are there to protect, someone you are there to help, and someone you are there to guide. And these are some practices that we need to ensure that they are emphasized across different sectors of society, where we promote positive masculinity, where we say, yes, you are a man, and what you've been told that a man does not cry, that is not true. You are a person. Before you are a man, you are a human being, and you are someone who has feelings, who feels, and therefore you are not immune to being affected by social ills. Promoting such attitudes in society will help us in grooming a generation of young men who portray positive positive masculinity and good or positive patriarchal systems within societies. Thank you so much for your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much. Can I check if there are any further questions?
One quick one. Okay. It's me once again. I just wanted to find out, in terms of the work that you have spoken about in your introduction, what are some of the interventions that you have applied? If you can just give us, in summary, just 3 of the most impactful ones in addressing gender-based violence and femicide.
Thank you so much for your question. I would say that the first one would be addressing issues of gender inequality across different organizations, or rather across different areas in society, where we as young women of Africa have programs and initiatives that seek to have sit-downs with people in power or those in positions of power to say, how do we include women in strategic positions? How do we bring them on board when it comes to positions of power and influential areas in society? And we have been able to achieve this through dialogue and conversation, where we do have young females who head different areas in different, or rather different areas in parliament and, sorry, not in parliament, in civil society, in the private sector, and also in the public sector, where recently we have had a young woman in Eswatini who has been nominated and elected into a very strategic board in Eswatini. So it is through our engagement that we're able to achieve such things. And secondly, we have been able to address the issues of gender-based violence and women empowerment or economic empowerment, as I have mentioned, that we do have programs around that. We've had an agricultural summit where we brought women in rural areas to bring them on board when it comes to participating in agriculture, planting their own food and starting businesses with the food that they plant, teaching them how to nurture what they have planted and how to bring about economic empowerment through the work of their hands. And lastly would be engaging traditional authorities and religious structures to foster a sense of social cohesion through programs that they have, such as Isithebe Samadoda or the Men's Lounge, where we've been able to bring men together to discuss issues around how do we as men play a part in the fight against gender-based violence? How do we as men contribute in this fight? How do we play a meaningful role in ensuring that we are able to eradicate gender-based violence in our areas and subsequently in South Africa? Thank you so much for your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nxumalo. The last question will be asked by Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Ms. Nxumalo, I understand that you are part of the organization called Young Women for Africa.
Yes.
I also understand that you have, the organization has a footprint in a number of countries. Can you please tell me, is there a country where your organization has made a significant impact in terms of reducing the number or the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide? Thank you. And if possible, maybe you can give us the numbers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question, Honorable Kanyile. And yes, there are countries where our organization is based where we have seen a decrease in the rates or the numbers of gender-based violence cases. I'll take, for example, there is Ghana and Zambia that I can recall now, where we as young women of Africa were vocal to say that enough is enough. We cannot sit and, just fold our hands, whereas the injustice that is perpetrated against women and vulnerable groups continues to rise in our countries. We've been able to engage with different stakeholders, bring people together to collaborate in the fight against gender-based violence, and we've seen how this collaborative efforts with other organizations and even with the government sector or the public sector in those countries have led to a decrease in the gender-based violence rates in those countries. Thank you for your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you. I think that has brought us to the end of this interview session. I am going to give you an opportunity just to address us in closing or to ask us any questions. But I just want to inform you that the committee will interview 18 candidates. Once we are done with this process, we will go back to Parliament, where we'll do some further work. We will receive a state security screening on our candidates, as well as an HR verification report. We will engage with Parliamentary Legal Services on the public commentary that we have received, although it's been by and large positive with respect to our shortlisted candidates. Then the committee will deliberate. We will adopt a report with our suggested candidates. This will be sent to the National Assembly, where the National Assembly will vote and adopt the report, hopefully, and then it will be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately make the decision on who will serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence. But we want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion and commitment to the work that you are doing for everyone around you and in service of your community and our nation. Is there anything you would like to ask the honourable members or to say to us in closing?
Not much, but just to say thank you for the opportunity that I've been given. Being here alone is a very great milestone for a young woman like myself at the age of 26. I'm not sure how many people at the age of 26 were able to sit in such places or in such platforms and be able to be vocal and speak about issues that are affecting our country. So thank you so much for the opportunity. This is the first council of its kind. So it is a very exciting journey, and I wish you all the best as you continue with your interviews or conducting interviews. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zwede, and safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, with your indulgence, we won't break for lunch now. We will move to page 132, and the next candidate is Ms. Tlongwa. And then lunch will be at 1:30. Yes? So if you want to stretch your legs, you can, or are you ready to proceed to Ms. Tlongwa? It's number 132 in your packs. You ready? Okay. Are you happy to proceed? Can I get... Good afternoon, Ms. Hlongwa.
Can you hear me? Sure, good afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for being willing to do your interview a bit earlier. Please, will you just state your full names for the record?
My name is Sia Hlongwa.
Thank you so much. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have been tasked to interview candidates to serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I'm here with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. They will introduce themselves as they engage with you. But please feel very relaxed. There's nothing that must worry you. You must settle in and be able to show us all your great ideas or talk to us about all your great ideas that you've got for this new council. So you are most welcome. Maybe you can just start by confirming that you've got no conflict of interest that you would like to declare. And are you aware that if you had to be appointed to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, that it's not a salaried position, but that it only pays a stipend?
Sure. No, I acknowledge that. And also, yeah, and I'm honored to be here. I'm really excited about this process. And I declare that I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Ms. Hlongwa. Can you start by telling us a little bit about yourself, your background, your history, what motivated you to apply, to want to serve on our first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? Also, as you know, we are looking for candidates from civil society and the private sector, so also talk to us about the sector that you are representing.
Sure, thank you for that. So my background is really from Mlazi in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. I was raised by a single parent grandmother, Ustabul Spongile Nungu. She was a nurse, a matron in King Edward Hospital. I watched her work in the community. She was very intentional in her work, not just as a nurse, but as a matron. She took her work home to the community. I saw firsthand what Ubuntu is from this woman who single-handedly raised me and also my uncles and my mom and her siblings. And I saw how she experienced gender-based violence and how she took those very scars and she turned them into opportunity to build community. And it's something that I think we talk about Ubuntu, but we don't see it and take it and put it on our shoulders as a responsibility as a society as well, to not just leave it on the shoulders of the victims, to not just pass it on onto the authorities and government. It's a responsibility of every household, every citizen, and I saw that at home. And I think now as an adult, having gone to school, having received all kinds of training from Wits University in the field of architecture and town and regional planning, to then advancing to development science, I was then able to understand how spatial planning impacts on gender-based violence. I was now able to take my lived experiences and my grandmother's ethos of Ubuntu and turn that into a way of life. So in how I consult, I work in both the fields of private sector and the nonprofit sector. So as a consultant, I would consult with agencies, with the UN, multilateral institutions, speaking about policy, but taking it home to company level, engaging with businesses to speak about what does gender-based violence mean in the workplace? How can we take it beyond just conversations and policies in your HR mandates? How do we take this into how we relate with each other about issues of gender and equality and equity within these spaces that we operate in? And then beyond the consultancy space within private sector pillar, I then expand into nonprofit, where I engage with nonprofit organizations about capacity building opportunities, about how they can learn more about what it means to be an actor, a change maker within the space, who's not just passively looking at legislation, but how do you live this? How do you take it home to your communities and workshop it into accountability measures, into preventative measures, and even into victim support programming? And how do you mobilize for resources and build their capacity to fulfill their roles as leaders? It's been such an honor to be in the spaces because I'm not always just an expert in the room because of my training. There have so many women, so many men, so many custodians within the space that have so much wisdom to share with me as well, that have been mentors. Amazing mentors. And I'm really excited to be in the space because it doesn't necessarily mean that I know everything in the room, but of course with the knowledge that I do bring in the room as well, I have very strategic insight because of my education, my experience, and I'm also very excited because in every room that I step into, there's always more to learn and share and grow with others who also have wisdom to share, irrespective of their backgrounds as well. Sure.
Thank you so much. I will now hand you over to Honorable Shabangu.
Thank you, Chair. It's still a good morning. Ms. Shongwa, Honorable Shabangu from Mpumalanga, born and bred in KZN Molweni. If you know the place that is called Molweni, that's where I was born and bred from. I have just one question for you. Can you provide this panel with your understanding of the legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? Thank you.
So the Act 76 is the one that gives the mandate power in terms of us as the board coming together to give, I would say, number one, structure to how, for example, the National Council of Provinces coordinates its activities and engages with private sector and civil society and how also they engage with even revising and revisiting some of the existing laws around gender-based violence to ensure that there's cohesion, there's tightness, there's also monitoring and evaluation across the different critical sectors.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Kanile.
Thank you, Ms. Hlongwa. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm coming from Mpumalanga as well. Could you please tell us what is the purpose of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? Thank you.
So the purpose is really to act as the conduit that takes the activities of Parliament and really becomes the actor between civil society and government to ensure that the accountability mechanisms, the very systems that we are looking to measure our efficacy in implementing on the National Strategic Plan, that they're actually met, and we have those targets set. So I would say that the very purpose would be probably within the first 6 months. We're already supposed to set those mandates for the different working groups that address issues of gender-based violence, across the different the National Council of Provinces, coordinating that and making sure that particularly the ones that are responsible for issues around gender-based violence, they have those parameters set around accountability, around the different sectors and their critical implementation sectors such as health, education, etc., and ensuring that those are well tightened, as it were, to ensure that we meet those targets within the set period.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Chair. And my name is Tambo. Now, the National Strategic Plan on GBVF is a key policy that frames work of the Council. May you kindly outline your understanding of Pillar 3 and 4 and provide us with the assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP, the National Strategic Plan, and the role of the Council, the role that the Council should play in this regard.
Sure. So I would say that when it comes to the National Strategic Plan, it's almost impossible to look at the different pillars in isolation. I think we have 6 of them, and all of them play a very critical role in ensuring that we address gender-based violence and femicide in the country. From accountability to preventative measures to partnerships and coordination to strategic planning, all of those have a very strong relationship with each other. And I don't believe that with each finger, even though we feel as though the thumb has its own relevant place, I understand why you'd want to isolate them, but they all kind of work hand in hand, and they make these 6 pillars work in coordination. In the context of South Africa, it's a national crisis, and it's an urgent crisis and emergency in its own right. So the National Strategic Plan is not just a Band-Aid to stop the bleeding. It's to go back into the very skeletal structure of how we behave as society, the cultures that we've adopted. How do we go back to the drawing board to make sure that we don't just address the sort of physical numbers that we see? We want to address the things that you don't see behind the plaster, the bones that have been broken, the injuries that have been caused by the damage that is gender-based violence and femicide. So I would say that our role, particularly as the board, is to look at it as a holistic picture. How do we take these 6 pillars and take them from just policies, from just conversations to action plans. And these action plans as well have very intentional core points, right, that we've got to take home. These accountability measures that come back as indicators. And these KPIs, I would say, are the critical mandates now that inform us within the first 6 months of the inception of the board, is to now take them and say, these are the markers, this is where we want to be. And this is how this now informs our future that we want to shape. Where South Africa has a future, when gender-based violence becomes something that's a diminishing factor, That's no longer a crisis. But also, how do we take that forward to share that across all stratas of society, first engaging with our Council of Provinces and national structures, etc.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkunu.
Okay. Sawubona Miss Longwa. Niyaphila.
Ayasiphila ngenkani noma isimo singavumi.
Hey Chair. You heard that? Oh. Igama lami nguGugulethu ngwakamchunu from KZN kwaMashu. So mkhaya. So the question that I have for you is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, gender diverse persons also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring a focus on gender diverse persons?
I appreciate that question. Very sensitive as well. I appreciate you for that. So when it comes to gender diversity, it's a very wide lens. So for example, we're speaking here about the premise around gender. Gender is seen as something that's traditionally just masculinity and just femininity, bringing it to the table for discussion. But when it comes to issues of gender-based violence and femicide, it's very hard for the average South African to fathom that there are gray areas when it comes to gender. There are people who are born as intersex, who don't necessarily have the freedom to identify in a particular sex or gender, but they already biologically have the features of masculinity and femininity. So when it comes to our frameworks of addressing gender-based violence and femicide, we've got to take into consideration these diversities in how we, number one, implement, how we draw a policy, but also how we workshop the tools, right? The skills, the capacities of the professionals who are working as first responders, as lawmakers and legislators in this space, so that it becomes more than just conversation pieces, but making sure that when we say leaving no one behind, it's something that we're intentional to do. I mean, even in my work, for example, there are hate groups who stand against people like myself, people like Caster Semenya, for example, disqualifying us from rooms that we belong in, despite the fact that we come with capacities, training, education, and so on. But they want to keep us out of rooms because they discriminate. They don't believe that someone who comes with biological traits of both genders, for example, should be involved or given a platform to engage in change-making spaces. For example, I've had a lot of my communications intercepted. I've had my identity stolen. There's so many on my personal front that I've experienced, and trying to get justice there, I've experienced my own hurdles. But going above and beyond my own personal experiences, I would say that in my work, I've engaged a lot with the Department of Higher Education and Training. I've been very fortunate to be supported by them, to engage with various universities across the country, helping them to workshop policy. That takes the act now and takes it to a university level. What are we doing about gender-based violence? How is it informing our gender policies? How does it inform how we deal with and handle cases of harassment, of rape within the university culture? And how do we workshop a culture of peace, of security, of protection for women and girls, and obviously also persons of diverse nature in terms of gender as well? I would say that we are lagging behind. There's a lack of knowledge around such terminology as they and them and her and his and LGBTQIA+, and so many other nuances. But of course, this is something that I believe is not a side factor or a central factor. All of these fingers, they work together in coordination. And I don't believe, obviously, that we should only focus on issues of gender diversity, or only focus on women, only focus on girls, but of course we want to champion the ones that are most vulnerable, which is the women and the girls, and of course all the others come along as long as we bring them into the room and make them the central. In the work that I've engaged in, I've been very fortunate that there's a very open process for engagement in terms of all levels of government, whether we're talking the provincial level for engagement, we as civil society, as activists, we can write, we can protest, we can write submissions, even through our collaborators as various stakeholders, as nonprofit organizations. So I've been very fortunate to have been actively involved in those processes since back in 2015, 2016, in terms of gender diversity, speaking directly to gender-based violence and femicide. I've just been very fortunate that within the last 5 years now, I've been more active in a director capacity, engaging in those processes. Sure.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Ms. Hlongwa. I've got two questions. They are mostly in relation to governance. What would you define as a good governance, and how would you apply this to this council? And the second one is, what qualities are essential for a member serving on the National Council of GBVF? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. The first one, good governance. I think for me, it's monitoring and evaluation. I'm a very numbers-oriented person. Good governance speaks to integrity. It speaks to ensuring that no one genuinely gets left behind. So you've got to be inclusive. I mean, in our context in South Africa, we're very fortunate that we have the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that sort of anchors us in how we see each other and how we engage with each other. And it informs every single act, every single portfolio, every committee, and every board, right? We are anchored within the Constitution. It helps us as a gauge, as it were, to give us the direction. So when it comes to good governance, monitoring and evaluation for me is a good guide, and it gives direction apart from the good conduct, and of course ensuring that there's equity and diversity within the space. Within the second question, sorry, I lost my trail.
No problem. What qualities are essential for a member serving on this council?
Sure. So the qualities essential, I would say for me, is being strategic. Because we're, as members of the board, we're not coming to come up with only just programs. And there are a lot of programs already that are active, whether it's past programs or even future programming. But I would say that we are the instruments that then weave all of these acts and these processes together to ensure that the programs that have been effective, that we hone in on those. We ensure that the KPIs are put into place. We ensure that these are all working in synergy together across different portfolios and different sectors of government and governance. I would say that my major issue at the moment, and I think I see the need now for a board, is that there hasn't been a strategy now that comes together and stitches all of these spaces together and coordinates them. And perhaps now as a board, that's our task, is to come in and look at all of the efforts that are existing, all of the acts that have previously been made, and the steps that have been made to address gender-based violence. How do we take them and stitch them together in such a way that now gives us a ground, right, a firm ground to say these are our KPIs, this is where we stand, and this is where we're going as we move forward. Sure.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hlongwa, can I check if there are any further follow-up questions? No? Honorable Shabango? Honorable Kanine? Ms. Hlongwa, we want to really thank you for sharing your insights with us. Thank you for spending your time with us this afternoon. We are going to give you an opportunity just to give us a closing statement or ask us a question if you would like to. Just to inform you that this portfolio committee will be interviewing 18 candidates. We conclude the work tomorrow. From there, we go back to Parliament, where we will get a screening report, a state security screening report, as well as an HR verification report. The portfolio committee will then deliberate on the candidates. We will compile a report which will serve in front of the National Assembly. Once it is adopted, it will be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately decide on which candidates or nominees will serve on the first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But thank you for the good work that you continue to do by engaging civil society and the spaces that you occupy. Thank you for putting your hand up to serve. And you can give us a closing statement or ask any question if you would like.
Sure, thank you so much. I would say, firstly, I mean, as a human rights activist, I've been very fortunate that, you know, as South Africa, we speak about gender-based violence as if this is the only place where gender-based violence is an issue. I would say that the difference when it comes to our country is the fact that we've taken it seriously enough to say that we want to highlight the fact that this is a crisis. Across the African continent, this is a reality as well. I coordinate a room called the Women's Resilience Platform as well, where other organizations from across the African continent speak about the context in which they work as well, where gender-based violence and femicide is also a crisis. And I would say that the issue here is that we are taking it seriously and we're really charting a way forward as a flagship country for the rest of the African continent to see what it means, to start taking this issue seriously and use the tools, legislation, instruments that we have available and mechanisms so that we can start addressing it. And I'm really excited to be a part of the process. I would be honored to serve on the board, and I really look forward to engaging further with prospects. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Longa. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Sure.
Colleagues, it is now your lunchtime, and we will reconvene for the 1 o'clock interview. Oh, sorry, it's 1 o'clock now. Do you want to work without lunch? No, I'm joking. Colleagues, it's now almost 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 to start exactly at 2. You'll see the next candidate is interview 11 at 2, which is Mr. Digasho. Thank you, colleagues. Then it's 3 afternoon interviews, and then we are done for the day. Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. It is exactly 2:00. We are now going to move along with the interview of Mr. Digasho, and he is on page. Yes. It's page 98. The last round was Group A, so now it's Group B. Good afternoon, sir. Here's your mic.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Welcome. We are all good. Welcome to Parliament. Please just state your full names for the record.
My full name is Mpho Franz Digasho.
Okay, just speak a little bit closer to the mic.
Okay, sorry. My full name is Mpho Franz Digasho.
Digasho. Mr. Digasho, warm welcome to this interview session. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm the chairperson, I'm Honourable Van der Merwe. I'm here with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. We have been tasked with interviewing possible candidates to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, our very first council. Please feel very relaxed. These are very friendly, honourable members. They won't be asking you tough questions. They want to learn more about you and your interests. So maybe we can start with asking if you've got any conflict of interest that you would like to declare, and whether you are aware that if you are to be appointed to the council, to the board of the council, whether you are aware that it's not a salaried position, but that you'll only get a stipend. So just those two declarations.
Okay, I'm not so sure if you are aware that your name tag has fallen. So I don't want to make misnomer. So you want to refer you. Okay. On the declaration part, I can confirm that I do not have any conflict of interest, and to my best of knowledge, I understand that this is not a salary-based employment.
No, that's fine, 100%. If you can maybe start with telling us a little bit about yourself, your background, where you come from, your interests, why you would like to be considered to serve on the council, and also maybe if you can indicate to us, because we are looking for candidates from civil society or from the private sector, which sector you represent. So just a little bit background about yourself, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by thanking all the members for this prestigious opportunity to be part of the council. I believe everybody has been discovered with my CV, so I want to avoid repetition. So to answer the question, I will approach it this way. So when it comes to leadership, there are attributes that one needs to incline himself or herself to. Amongst the others, I believe that I am a visionary. Again, I believe that I have a good interhuman relation. I also believe that I'm capable of conflict resolution, and furthermore, I am ethical, I would say, and I can confirm that I am diplomatic. Also, not forgetting the fact that
Take your time, relax. Tell us anything that you think is relevant.
I am results driven. So how did I get to achieve all these things? I was born and bred in Limpopo. I acquired basic education in Limpopo, which is matric. Furthermore, I went to tertiary, which is University of the North, where I furthered my studies. And in pursuance of leadership, I attended varsity in Paris, where I gained the knowledge of global governance. I was taught diplomacy in Paris. So with all that being said, I believe that my skills and educational background can incline me to be a better candidate for this.
Okay, and just tell us, are you currently, where are you involved? Are you involved with any civil society organizations, your current employment? Just.
Oh, sorry for omitting that. Currently, I'm just part of the civil society. I am pursuing I just finished my master's, so I'm pursuing my PhD now.
Pulwane.
Thank you very much, Thobela Ntate Digasho. Nna ke Renailo Polwane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Ke tswa Limpopo. My question is, can you please outline your understanding of the legal framework that establish and guide the Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? The establishment of the framework.
You mean the NSP?
Your understanding
My
about the legal framework.
Okay. So I would say my understanding of legal framework, there are legal frameworks which governs and guide the implementations of the national strategic planning, and if I may add, I think the
Chair, can I repeat the question? Can you please outline your understanding of the legal framework that establish and guide the National Council of Gender-Based Violence? The legal frame that is guide us to establish the Council of National Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Okay. So let me answer it this way. The legal framework that guides the committee, I think it is NSP, National Strategic Planning, which it aims to oversee and ensure accountability and monitor the progress of the implementation of the councils. I don't know if my answer suffices.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Digasho. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, in your view, what is the mandate of this council? Thank you.
In short, I would say the mandate of this council is to respond to gender-based violence, prevent and oversee the accountability of the policy framework that governs the act.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Dikhashwa.
Thank you.
My name is Makosazane Radebe, member of this committee. I'm coming from Mpumalanga. Please relax. Please relax. I'll go to the NSP on GBVF is key policy that frames the work of the council. Kindly outline your understanding of Pillar 2 and Pillar 5. Provide us your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the council should play in this regard.
So, just for clarity, Pillar 2 is the one for leadership and
Pillar 2 is for prevention and rebuilding social cohesion.
Okay.
Pillar 5
Yeah.
as well. Economic power.
Okay.
Thank
So what I understand about these pillars, the second pillar, which is rebuilding the social cohesion, it entails that amongst the civil society, the gender-based violence should not root out or instill fear, and the victims of the gender-based violence must live in harmony with the society without fear through the prevention and the economic empowerment. To my best of understanding, it entails that the victims must be empowered such that their needs are catered economically. So.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbiko.
Molo buti. Ninja.
Phila ninja.
Philile namakhonto. Ndizama ujonga umbuzo apha endirhalela ukubuza wona uthi Mdeke.
I don't
You ready?
Yeah.
Uthi notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, and also persons with disabilities and children, youth and adults are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing the GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability? Duke Pindel, do you want me to repeat this? Okay. Notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, persons with disabilities, that is children, youth and adults, They are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability? I hope Ubambil. Thank you.
So I would start with the unreported part. I think the issue when it comes to unreported part, the council, the board is made up of 7, I would say, positions for lack of better words, which includes the police and the social justice and all that. So with all that has been unreported, I think it stems back to the issue of stigmatization that comes with the gender-based violence, and also the disparity will lie where you would find that the approach of the person who is a victim to report the matter, it is often questionable in a sense that they expect the process to be expedited, mainly because of the matter is sensitive, I would say. And sorry, the second question was the one that starts with ensuring.
The second question was, what is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability?
Okay, so we wouldn't necessarily say there is a progress if there is still a crisis of gender-based violence. So my assessment of the whole scenario that you've just placed before me would say there is a subtle progress in ensuring that the combat of GBV is maintained. This is rooted on the, let me say, fragmented approach that all the board comes about. I don't know if I make sense.
Dabule, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to you, Mr. Franz. My name is Tsogofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, member of this portfolio committee. My question is going to be centered around governance. In your understanding, what are the characteristics or the formulas of good governance, and how is this, or how can this be applied within the NCGBVF? That's the first part of the question.
Okay. I've noted it down.
The next question.
Okay, let me.
Or you can respond to this one first.
Yeah, I think good governance will include transparency and accountability. So how it can be applied is that as board, there is a dire need for transparency for any reported measures or any progress made in combating the GBV.
Okay, thank you. My second part would be, in your view, what are the characteristics of board members that are to be appointed to the NCGBVF? What characteristics should be looked out for?
I think the main thing, the main characteristic that one would root for would be transparency and resource-driven.
Okay, I'll come back on follow-up questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I check if there are any hands for any follow-up questions? Okay, we'll take it from that side. Honorable Dotetsi, and then Honorable Powane, and then the whip. Honorable Tsiamo.
Thanks, Chair. I cannot see more sorted. Now, I want to check what is your understanding of patriarchy, and what do you think the role of patriarchy is in deepening gender-based violence in South Africa?
Second question, I got the first one of patriarchy.
Yes, the concept of patriarchy.
Yes.
You then explain what patriarchy is. Second is that you also give us your understanding of how patriarchy deepens gender-based violence.
So my understanding.
And the last one would be, what do you think should be done about patriarchy? Thanks.
So my understanding of patriarchy is just a societal thing where a certain issue is perceived as minor, or other persons are perceived as inferior or something like that. And that depends the impact of gender-based violence, because if you go, for instance, a child reports gender-based violence to an elder and they resolved it in a manner in which it doesn't suit the child, I don't think it is. I think it will have much impact on gender-based violence and its alarming rate. So what should be done? I think educational programs within the civil society that aims to destabilize the patriarchy and the hyper-patriarchal system would ensure great measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Powane.
Ntate Diratsho, I've got a very simple question. I think all of us are aware that the president declared the GBVF as a national disaster. You agree with me? Yes. So I want to check with you, which key stakeholders do you think they must form part during the implementation of the GBVF? The key stakeholders that you think they must form part?
I think the main key stakeholders would be the police.
Again?
The police.
Can you mention them?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I'm saying, can you expand on that question? The answer. I mean, the answer, your answer.
Police are key stakeholders because they are the first-hand respondent to such critical matters of gender-based violence. So hence my understanding that they are the main role players who can combat the GBV.
Thank you, Honorable Powane. The last question will be by the Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, my chair. My question is going to come in twofold. My first one is going to be, what is your understanding of gender-based violence and femicide, and who is affected by this? The second question would be, how, in your experience, or where you have worked, have you contributed towards combating gender-based violence and femicide, whether in your communities, whether through stakeholders or organization, how have you contributed towards combating gender-based violence and femicide?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think gender-based violence is a type of violence that is rooted against certain persons, and when it comes to femicide, is rooted against women. And the second question was, how have I contributed to combating? Even if it is informal, I can mention. Yes, I have reported incidents of which it did not yield results due to the legality part, I would say that.
You have said you've intervened, but did not yield results due to the legalities.
Yes.
With that, can you please give us what the experience has been with the legalities or the legal system, and what barriers you faced, and how you would change this if you were to be appointed?
Okay, so the challenge was on the legality part was that the victim was I would say somebody from a marginalized community. So they could not afford to do the ups and downs of the courts and the police station ups and downs. So, and what I would change, I would maybe implement a policy framework where such marginalized people would be prioritized by legal aids or people from justice.
Can I check if there are any further hands? Okay. Daniela, you covered? Mr. Dikgasho, we want to take this opportunity to thank you for being present today to engage with us in this interview. I'm going to give you an opportunity just to make a closing statement at the end or to ask us any questions, but I just want to outline the process from here. We are interviewing 18 candidates, and once we are done tomorrow, we will proceed back to Parliament where we will continue the work. We will receive a report on our HR screening of our candidates, our state security screening on our candidates, as well as receive a legal opinion from our parliamentary legal services on the public comments that we have received, but by and large, they have been positive. We will then deliberate on the interviews. We will then prepare a report for the National Assembly in which we will recommend candidates to the House to support, and that report will ultimately be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately make the decision on who should serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But we thank you for your time, thank you for your willingness to serve, thank you for your willingness to be a part of this fight. And can I just ask if there's anything that you would like to say in closing, or anything that you would want to ask?
In closing remarks, I would just extend my gratitude for giving me the opportunity. And lastly, I would say modern problems require modern solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ma'am. There's a mic in front of you.
Do I hold the mic?
Yes, yes.
Okay, awesome.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm well, thanks. And how are you all?
We are all very well, thank you. Please just state your full names for the record.
Okay. My name is Kitumezi Fatimata Mutlwadzi.
It's very nice to have you. Please feel relaxed. Don't feel stressed. We are here to learn more about you. We want to know more about why you want to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. Just as a way of introduction, we are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have been tasked with this process to interview candidates, and honourable members will introduce themselves as they engage with you throughout this session. Can we just start by you indicating to me whether you want to declare any conflict of interest and whether you are aware that if you had to be appointed, that this is not a salaried position, but that you would only be receiving a stipend?
That is correct. I have nothing to declare at the moment, and I'm fully aware of the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you please start with telling us a little bit about yourself, your background, your experience, why you want to be considered to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? Also tell us which sector you represent. You know that we are looking for candidates from civil society or the private sector. So just a little bit about yourself and where you come from.
Awesome. Again, my name is Kitumezi Fatimata Mutlwadzi, and the long and short of it is that I care. I just care. I care about communities. I care about families. I care about people. I care about food. I care about my children. Born and bred in Johannesburg. I'm a mom to two beautiful children. I'm a social worker by profession, studied at Wits University. I'm a product of the student movement, so very, very active in the Fees Must Fall student movement. I have also had the privilege over the past few years to work at the nexus of civil society, government, dabbling into the development sector as well as the private sector. I stand here representing civil society, also a youth. I'm also a young lady, and I think that's really important in terms of what informs and shapes my perspective. I've had the honor of serving within the presidency. I served the former Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Mama Maidengwana Mashabane, as her head speechwriter and content developer. I later then moved into the presidency working for the current minister on planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So that also gives you a bit of perspective in terms of, my experience within the public sector. But I am fundamentally a baby of the women's movement. I was, a lot of my thinking, a lot of my politics are shaped by the women's movement within civil society, the women's movement as well within the political arena, because it plays such a critical role. We can't speak about South Africa's democracy without speaking about our liberation movements. And so that's where I locate myself. I've also had the pleasure over the past 9 years, in fact, this year, to lead a youth-led intergenerational movement called Black Women Caucus. We have been at the nexus of a lot of the interventions and work on gender-based violence and femicide through this movement, through other movements and collectives and alliances and affiliates that I belong to, including the Call to Action civil society group, including domestic worker formations like the Domestic Worker Rising Alliance in the country, have been able to contribute to what we now celebrate as the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I've also been very fortunate to serve in a lot of positions outside of civil society as well that have also given me the exposure to some governance, including serving in the Women of Abasa. And I know it's quite controversial. What is a social worker doing amongst a bunch of accountants? But I think it's also to be intentional about driving transformation, knowing that it is a task that doesn't just fall on a certain group of people, but on all of us. And I think that's really what I hope to bring to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, is that I've got this wealth of experience, you know, and exposure into different sectors and how they think and comprehend the problem, and bringing that to say that we must be intentional about mobilizing partners in society, coordinating them towards a common goal. And the good thing is that the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide has already done the work for us. It's already given us a blueprint as to what does the next 10 years, at least now we're left with 4 years, you know, what does the next 4 years look like in terms of mobilizing the whole of society? But the most important one is to push for implementation. And I think really what I also want to bring to the council is to say that in South Africa's 32 years of democracy, we have been intentional about building the institutions, the mechanisms to advance gender equality, to even respond to a crisis like gender-based violence and femicide. But it's about using those frameworks, those instruments actively so that we're able to move the needle. And I hope for the most part, that is my biggest contribution. And of course, as a social worker, I really want to always bring in the importance of care, because this work that we're doing, you know, lies at the core and the foundations of building South Africa as a country. And if we ignore gender-based violence and femicide, we're ultimately ignoring a developmental agenda.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Shabangu.
Good Chair, and good afternoon, Miss. I'm Honorable Shabangu from Mpumalanga. You will forgive me, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your surname, otherwise ngingayi mosha. My question will test your knowledge, because now we're getting to the technical questions. We want to test your knowledge on the understanding of legal framework. Can you explain to us, in your own understanding, the legal framework that establishes and guides the National Council of GBVF? Thank you.
Thank you. So what's important to note about the current act that we have is that it's gone through a series of interrogation and public consultation, you know, and its journey really starts in 2018. When we look at the total shutdown and the 24 demands, and these were presented to the president. And part of one of the 24 demands was that we asked for an overarching national structure that is going to coordinate efforts in addressing gender-based violence and femicide. But before we even got to the act, we needed to further interrogate and really sharpen ideologically what we mean about a council. And so key important moments such as a presidential summit in 2018 that also led to the GBVF declaration, as well as the National Strategic Plan, present clear institutional frameworks and how we envision the council to operate. Ideally, the council is here to coordinate multi-structural, cross-sectoral solutions to addressing gender-based violence and femicide. It also positions itself as a strategic partner between different stakeholders, the state, public sector, civil societies, community development partners, and the likes. And so when we look at even the council, and even in terms of its composition, we understand that the council is really trying to drive this whole of society approach by ensuring that we bring in our civil society, and civil society is broad, by the way, right? We bring in our civil society, our private sector, as well as our government to coordinate interventions. Ultimately, when we think thinking, when we look at the council also is going to have its own administrative wing that we know is part of the to-do list once the board has been established, which is to strengthen its secretariat and as well as strengthen its operations. So I think that yes, the council might play at this point in time based on the Act and what the Act says, particularly in Section 5, plays and seeks to provide strategic leadership. But the council also does play a critical role in also mobilizing society, not only just to do, but also to put our resources, both financial and non-financial, where our mouths are. And so when we look at Section 22 of the council, it speaks about the funding modalities around the council and how we envision. And what's also important, and I think there's great opportunity for us to mobilize and engage different partners beyond the state on how do we fundraise, resource the work of the council, but more broadly on gender-based violence and femicide in the country. And the good thing is that within government, we do have those, we've got examples of collaboration, particularly around different sectors. We know that the NSP is as a product of collaboration. But we look at operations like Operation Vulindlela, which is aimed at driving structural reforms and how partnership between civil society, or rather the state and private sector, have really been able to move that needle. So yes, I hope I've answered you, Honorable.
Thank you, but can you then, looking at the Constitution of South Africa, talk to us on, I may say chapter 1 and 2, but any content that is there that relates to this GBV on the Constitution of South Africa as a legal framework. It's one of the legal frameworks, the Constitution of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Ultimately, within the Constitution, as you're correct, in Chapter 1 and 2, the Bill of Rights in particular speaks on the need for us to protect the rights of all, not just a group, but all. And we understand that gender-based violence and femicide is a direct threat to constitutional right, the right to life, the right to feel safe. And this is also further alluded. We know that the Constitution is our foundational document, but also has shaped a number of policies and frameworks in the country. We look now at the National Development Plan. The National Development Plan, particularly under Chapter 13 rather, around creating safer community, recognizes the fight against gender-based violence not only as a social good, but as also something that's very central to advancing key development outcomes as enlisted in our broader developmental agenda as a country.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kanile.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Maotluadze. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and I'm coming from Mpumalanga. Could you please tell us what is the mandate of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Okay, so as alluded to previously, the mandate is around driving strategic leadership that is going to promote accountability, coordinate, and also drive accountability, coordination, and implementation of GBV-related interventions, not only at a national level, and ultimately also influence both provincial and local and local government. And this is also not necessarily local government, but local levels. And this is also reflected in Section 22 of the Act, which also stipulates some of the functions of the council beyond its national mandate, but also how it will also shape and be a part of determining what the outcomes and the process and the methodology in terms of provincial and local interventions and strategies.
Thank you so much. Next honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to you, ma'am. My name is Tiamo Tsoteti. Ke tswa ko provinceng ya Bokone Bophirima. Now, the National Strategic Plan on GBVF is a key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you kindly outline your understanding of Pillar 2 and 5 and provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the Council should play in this regard.
So Pillar 2 and 5, Pillar 2 speaks to prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, and Pillar 5 speaks to economic power. So what's quite important about the National Strategic Plan is that within the theory of change of the National Strategic Plan, it bases its work on three key pillars, if I can put: accountability, prevention, and response. Right, and we all know that prevention is probably one of the most difficult because we're looking at long-term strategies, and often its impact or effects take time to measure and to observe over time. But what we can say, if I prevention, what we can speak about in terms of the positives are under Pillar 2, which is on prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, is that what we've been able to do in the 6 years of implementing the National Strategic Plan is to strengthen cross-collaboration partnerships. So we are seeing more advocacy that is happening, and not advocacy necessarily only within the state or only within civil society, but businesses, corporates, civil society, communities, the media are actively starting to engage in the work around social behavioral change. What we are also seeing in terms of prevention is that we do have the comprehensive national prevention strategy. Yes, we can argue that it has not been implemented as yet, at least to the degree, but the fact that we do have a framework that guides the national strategies in terms of prevention is quite notable. But when we look at what is not necessarily going so well under prevention, we know that number one, prevention takes time to measure. Asymptotic slapdash, it takes time. And we know that some of the blockages and the bottlenecks in terms of prevention strategies is that they're very short. They're very short. And when we look at the first GBV prevalence study, it does indicate that the biggest drivers of sexual and physical violence are social norms and values. And to change that is a prevention issue. It's a prevention task which is going to take time. When we look under economic power, which is Pillar 5, what we can be excited about is around the 40% preferential public procurement, which makes provision for women and youth and persons with disability. So that's a step in the right direction in terms of really trying to include, or rather broaden the scope around what causes gender-based violence and femicide, recognizing even the economic factors. Yes, according to the prevalence study, 1 in 10 women in their intimate partner relationships do experience economic violence. But what we're also seeing that is lagging under Pillar 5 is that we need the commitment on the structural reforms. And that is why earlier on I made the example around Operation Vulindlela, which is a government initiative aimed at structural change of the economy. Because we must also be able to put in a gendered perspective to say, when we increase women's economic participation, we also reduce their vulnerability to gender-based violence and femicide. And what should the council then be doing is the big ask, right? The council sits there, it plays a coordination, a strategic role. The council, number one, should continue to play and should play rather the role of accountability, public accountability. What prevention teaches us is that it does not lie on the shoulders of one single group in society. That if we are to move the needle on prevention, we need to be mobilizing everyone. And this is in line with our mandate in Section 5 of the Council, that we must be able to mobilize, coordinate structures within society, and also communicate the best practices. And I think this is where my experience in civil society comes from. Yes, we are working in our townships, in our communities. Komi kuku. We are the first responders in our communities when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide. But because of, number one, lack of knowledge and limited resources, we aren't able to scale up interventions that have proven to be effective in certain communities. And this is what the council also makes provision for. It says that we must, as the National Council, be able to communicate what actually is working in terms of addressing gender-based violence and femicide. On pillar 5, on economic, this is where we really need to be mobilized, and I think even our private sector representative in the council is going to be very strategic in us speaking to the private sector and understanding that economic issues do not lie solely on the back of the private sector, but they also are strategically positioned for it. What does it mean for us to speak about the economic impact of gender-based violence and femicide, not only on households and communities, but on businesses as well? And so ours is to elevate narratives that are really strategic in terms that are going to move the needle, but also to coordinate efforts. Sorry about that. We do have structures. For example, as I said, I served in Abasa, and part of the work we're doing with Abasa operates within the financial sector. Yes, it's driving a transformative agenda, but we also needed to bring the issue around violence in the workspace, right? We know that South Africa, part of our Generation Equality Forum commitments in France in 2020 was to push for the IOL 190 implementation, right? And this speaks squarely to violence in the workspace. So when we speak about violence and gender-based violence, we're not only speaking about what happens at home, we're speaking about our workspaces. We need to be also able to mobilize our trade unions in that regard. When we speak around economic justice, we're speaking about the reality that a vast majority of women in this country, particularly black women, are still concentrated in unskilled and semi-skilled industries. And most of those industries do not provide the necessary social protection. We saw this during COVID. So women yet are again vulnerable within the in the economic sphere. And because they are vulnerable, they also become vulnerable and at risk of violence. And so the council must also be able to pull in, and I think that's really important, is to pull in what is already in the public domain, right? And I think it's important, and really this is something that I'm passionate about, is that we don't treat GBV, and the council should be intentional about not treating GBV as a standalone issue. Gender-based violence and femicide is deeply entrenched in society, in all our social determinants when measuring development. And so that must come out quite strongly, even in terms of the issues and the campaigns and interventions we choose to champion.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mqunu.
Sawubona sis. Ngiyaphila unjani? Okay, igama lami uGugulethu wakamchunu from KZN kwaMashu. A question enginayo for youth. It's notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, persons with disabilities, children, youth, and adults are particularly vulnerable and often go unreported. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that there is a particular focus on disability?
Thank you for that. I think over the past decade, we are moving the needle. And sometimes we often have this conversation that during 16 Days of Activism, Women's Month, it seems like there's increased reporting, like there's more cases than any other time of the year. But I think on the flip side, it also speaks to that we are, increasing awareness, and that we are pointing out something that is completely abnormal within society. So I do think that there is gradual improvement in terms of responding to gender-based violence and femicide. What we can argue that is not standardized, because we know the experiences, as you said, of women, of youth, of persons with disabilities, of the LGBTQIA is completely different. We also know that, even within the GBV prevalence study, what was quite interesting is that victims of violence don't necessarily run to state-owned, to public institutions, basically. So there's a lot of mistrust, and a lot of the interventions around GBV is still largely kept within homes, within homes, within families, within communities. But this is where also there are opportunities, right? The opportunities are for us, and looking particularly within persons with disability. We need to look, so according to the prevalence study, the top 3 places, right, above and beyond your community and your family, your loved ones, that you are going to go seek help and support for in terms of GBV. Number 1 is the police station at over 30%, almost 31%. Number 2 is your healthcare facilities, your hospitals at about 21%, and your courts at 10%. So that immediately tells you, in terms of doing our intervention, that's where we need to be looking at, right? We need to be ensuring, number 1, that when we get into our public healthcare facilities, that they are accessible. Basic things like the rempe, basic things like interpreters is important, I think we need to start considering, and this is just as a side note, me as a social worker saying that we need to start streamlining sign language into the public sector. Those are some of the things that we need to take into consideration. Same thing with our police stations, right? Are the police stations equipped to deal with persons with disabilities? The GBV desks, most of them are not fully resourced within the police stations. They exist, and resource does not necessarily mean, do you have a room, do you have a desk, do you have a chair? No. Resource also means in terms of the skill set. Are you able to come to you to respond in a dignified way, right? Because some of the things that have come out quite strongly, particularly among persons with disability, the LGBTQIA plus community, is secondary victimization. So I'm already victimized by the fact, Bona, I've encountered violence. I'm now encountering other violence because the institutions, our public facilities, are not readily equipped to deal with that. But I think what we must also be able to do is to applaud where things are going right. So that 10% that is going to court to seek support, we do know that we do have specialized sexual offences courts, right? And we've seen a rollout of that increase, particularly post the first presidential summit in 2018. We know there are interpretation services available, but again, these are not standardized, right? So the courts that are performing in Gauteng might not necessarily operate the same way in KZN or in Mpumalanga. So it's around the standardization. And if we're unable to do that, what we then do is that we further marginalize the marginalized, right? So what we're ultimately saying, if you're in a rural community, you happen to have a disability, you are faced with double barriers to accessing any form of justice or support. And so I think that's important that we really, 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 really make sure. I'm just starting with the top 3, right? Top 3 first spaces where our people need to go. Interpretation is key. Physical mobility and accessibility is key. And even, we often speak about prevention and information. Our leaflets, at the police station, that sit at the corner in the clinic next to Sister Bettina's desk, those also need to be in Braille. Those also need, and I think when we also speak about accessibility, we need to speak about language too, right? Because yes, here in Joburg, multilingual community, it's easy. I can pick up English here and there, but if I'm in the rural parts of Eastern Cape, I might be disadvantaged by language barrier, right? And so that also becomes critical in ensuring that we are leaving no one behind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mailola.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings, Ms. Motwati. I've got 2 questions. They are regarding governance. The first one is, how do you understand corporate governance within the context of the NCGBVF? And please describe to us, how would you contribute as a member serving on this council's board? Question number 2, what qualities are essential for a member serving on the National Council?
I wanted to make sure that I grab the questions correctly. So the first one is around what do I understand the governance structure?
Yes,
of
about
the
corporate governance.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the second question is
And
about
also you must describe to us how you are going to contribute as a member serving on the National Council.
Okay.
Lastly, what qualities are essential for a member serving on the council?
Okay, awesome, thank you. According to the Act does already give a proposal in terms of the structure, as I alluded to earlier on, that it really does aim to bring in the whole of society perspective by bringing in both governments, civil society, and even the private sector on board in terms of its composition, rather. In terms of looking at the structure of the National Council, we know that the National Council and its mandate is executed by the board, right? And the board then plays the strategic oversight, the strategic leadership role for the overall council. And it is also then supported at an administrative and operational level by our secretariat as well as the CEO, which the board must also contribute in terms of its establishment. In terms of corporate governance, what we understand is that a big part of this structure is to coordinate, but also to oversee and provide the accountability role. I know there have been public conversations that we need to increase how we account and levels of accountability. But this is ultimately what this council seeks to do. It seeks to operate at a national level, and it is also empowered under Section 22 to also help in the development of provincial and local councils on gender-based violence and femicide. What I aim to bring to the council is that I'm very interested, amongst many things. I'm very interested in Section 18 of the Act, which speaks specifically around how, around fundraising within the council, within the prescripts of the Public Management Act. But how do we bring in our different partners, different stakeholders into the room to commit? Because we need the commitment to ensuring that this work is able to be sustained, that this work is able to move across sectors. But also what I bring into this council is that I want to position myself as the middleman between our communities and the institution. It is very important that we locate and we give ownership of this council to communities, to people. People must feel that this institution is there, it's working for them, and that it is intentional about upholding Chapter 1 and 2 of the Constitution. And so that's what I also bring into the council. But also I bring in a perspective on policy, policy development, with my experience in social development, with my experience in long-term institutional planning. I also seek to bring in, we know that it's a first of its kind, right? We're kickstarting this baby. In the next 3 years, it also might need to change, and evolve with time and space. And so I also want to bring in that technical expertise as a researcher, as a policy developer, as somebody who's got experience in terms of institution building and long-term planning. In terms of qualities, I think the first one is about accountability. You have to be accountable. And accountability is a two-way process. You can't demand accountability if you're not willing to be accountable. Accountable is also paired up with transparency and also a level of integrity. It is important that we commit to the things that we say we're going to do. The Act is very clear that in the first 6 months, we need an action plan with clear monitoring and evaluation tools and outcomes. And so that is as a council, as the council, it is important that we act with integrity, especially in a time where we are seeing diminishing trust in public institutions. I think it's really important that this is, accountability, integrity, transparency is what are critical skills. But also, I think, is also bringing in, being able to tap into the networks, the respective networks and constituencies that we represent. I think that is just as important as the technical skills, and also lastly, the technical skills and capacities. If we are, as speaking about corporate governance, is that there's going to be a lot of technical processes and acts that we need to ensure that we are operating within as the council.
Thank you so much. Can I check if there are any follow-ups? I see the hand of the Honorable Chauke Adonis, and then we'll go back to the Honorable Totetsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to our interviewee. My name is Honorable Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. My question would be around some of the work that you've been involved in. In your introduction, you spoke about your background in terms of policy, really understanding governance, but also your social activism. What interventions have you put in place during your activism that you have seen tangible results? And also, what interventions would you then propose if you were to be selected as a member of the NCGBVF Council?
Thank you for that. Where do I start? By the way, I had my first campaign at the age of 17. I was still in high school after the tragic murder of Anine Boysens in Cape Town. I just felt the story resonated with me. So I had my first campaign called Black Friday, where I was selling ribbons for R2. So I just want to throw that into the mix. But I think, as I said earlier on, I am a product of the women's movement. A lot of my work and contributions in the work on gender-based violence has been through collective activism and social action. Notably is our participation in the 2018 total shutdown protest that led to the first presidential summit that really provided the building blocks for the establishment of, or rather the development and adoption of the National Strategic Plan, as well as the GBVF declaration. In 2019, we took a very bold move to go to the private sector to demand that they fund the fight, to demand greater accountability from the private sector in the fight against gender-based violence, not only looking at the financial contributions that they can make, but also in terms of addressing some of the institutional patriarchal ways in which these institutions operate that allow for violence to continuously reinforce itself. We're happy to say that now we have a GBVF response fund. It's a private sector-led initiative, and that came out of that process. I was also quite fortunate to be part of the first delegation that met with business leaders in 2019 at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and that's like really at the big level. I also, maybe just to go back a little bit, was also part of the second presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide, and under the drafting committee. So that should already tell you that I'm quite the nerd. I find a lot of joy in writing and research, and that's where my work landed me. But outside of that, through the work of Black Women Caucus, right, we have been working with some of your most high-risk communities. As you would know, communities such as Westbury that are characterized by high levels of gangsterism, drug abuse, substance abuse. What we've been able to establish there is a rapid response, and I think this also speaks to the rapid response teams that have been developed under, when we look at the past 5 years of implementing the National Strategic Plan. These teams are ensuring that we've got our police, law enforcement agencies communities and other critical stakeholders, such as Department of Social Development, to respond to the crisis of violence in our communities. So what we've also been able to ensure is that we make it fashionable. I know that we always think, and at least the dominant narrative is that when the explosive conversation around GBV started in 2018, through my work and my own student activism, movements like the Fees Must Fall, movements like RU Referenceless at Rhodes University, movements like I Am 1 in 3 at Wits University were very critical about raising the issue of institutionalized rape culture. And that's been very important because from that, we've been able to see in the 20s, initially we only had one office that dealt with exclusively gender harm and gender-based violence in institutions of higher learning. And we're seeing that number growing year by year. And those are some of the effects. Another thing, as I said, is around shifting the public narrative discourse. I spoke earlier on around language. Part of the work that we're so committed to doing is around driving popular education initiatives and campaigns that, number one, make it easy for us to understand what is actually gender-based violence and femicide, my role in it, and the support services that are in place that help me to respond better to it. So coming to the council, what we hope, what would we like to see? I think number one is around, of course, how do we improve the capacity to execute existing projects, interventions. I want to go back to our frameworks. I spoke about the NDP as a long-term planning framework, but I also spoke about the medium-term development plans, and how they do have the GBV outcome, or rather the outcomes of the NSP embedded in them. I think we need more tracking. We need to be able to track and to track progress across government departments, so we're able to identify those loops. And I think the big elephant is that the work is happening, but it's not as coordinated as we wanted to be. But also, when we look at again another important government initiative called the YES program, the Youth Employment Service. One of the big, and as indicated earlier on, the prevalence study did say that our biggest drivers of violence is our social norms and values. What does it look like for us to advocate for the training of young people? We've got a crisis of unemployment. The training of young people who can go into community-based organizations and support them in terms of the work on behavioral change, addressing issues of toxic masculinity, addressing issues of the breakdown in the family. Another program that's also quite important is, and this one is around, the social cohesion and the rebuilding of the social fabric. I'm biased, a social worker. We really need to tap into and being able to advocate and lobby, for greater commitment and usage of social workers. The NDP says we need 55,000 social workers by 2030 to respond to the growing pressures and demand of social services and responding to social crimes. So we need to be able to lobby for more social workers to be the foot soldiers, because realistically the council can't be the foot soldier, Iliwan. It needs its people who are going to be in the day-to-day response of gender-based violence and femicide. Another one, and this one is quite personal. If we go back, the prevalence study did say that those who do choose to seek help would go to either a police station, a hospital, or the courts. Our hospitals are such an important place. Our public health facilities are such an important responder, supporter, intervener, preventer of gender-based violence and femicide. And I think some of the calls that we need to make is that we know there's a conversation around the national health insurance and looking at what does it envision its role in improving response to violence. Because if I'm afraid to go to the police station, best believe my first stop kiko spetlele or kiko clinicing. So we need to be able to integrate. So it's really pushing for that integration. And this integration that we're pushing for, again, and maybe this is because of my experience both in civil society and in government, you know, where we do have examples of things that do work, I think we should be able to amplify them. The same approach that we are using with the district development model is the same approach that we should be using in terms of our rapid response teams. How do we use the DDM as a framework to ensure that we are pulling in a more coordinated and integrated response to GBVF in our society at a localized level? Because the most important thing is to give it ownership to the people. The NSP needs to be for the people, you know, and it's a social contract that we need to get our people to buy into if we really, really want to see the shift.
So much.
Thanks, Chair. I'm certain that this candidate wouldn't mind to be interviewed. I'm sure that she wouldn't mind. Now, you mentioned that you do write. You are a writer. I've just did the desktop search of your name. It shows me an article you wrote on the 14th of August. It was published rather on the 14th of August by Daily Maverick, 2020 that is. Now, you do identify as a feminist, according to what this article says. Because you phrase your heading here as saying, in our fight against GBV, the feminists of today ride on the shoulders of giants. Now, this interview that you are in today's live, being a feminist, you do understand that there are perceptions about what feminism or what feminist stands for. And often these perceptions may misconstrue the concept and conclude that feminism or feminists are actually against the inclusion of males in society. Now, as a feminist, what would you say is, what would you say would be the nature of collaboration with other people in the fight against GBV? Basically, just give us a sense of whether these perceptions are correct or incorrect. If they are incorrect, what exactly is the correct version of feminists in the fight against gender-based violence?
Thank you, Honorable, for that question. Sure, that's a nice one. Thank you. Yes, I do. I do identify as one. I'm trying. I'm also thinking that you did say that I don't mind speaking for the whole day, so I'm trying to guard myself against that. The long and short of it is that, number one, we do not have, and I think for the longest of time, the public narrative and discourse on gender-based violence and femicide has been men versus women. And I think it's very important to put this on record, on live TV for all South Africans here, that we, in fact, should be having a women and men versus violence conversation and not a men versus women conversation. Because if we understand the intertwined and intersectional nature of violence and gender-based violence and femicide, we are saying that we can't leave men. Men, in fact, are a critical stakeholder in fighting gender-based violence and femicide. And I know in last year's 16 Days of Activism theme spoke to Litsema. It moved the responsibility solely away from women and children and said, boys, men, we need you on board too. Right? So when we do speak about feminism, we are not speaking about the othering, the pushing away as the shame. No, but we need them as critical and as strategic partners in addressing violence. Because the reality of the matter is, Honorable, there are certain conversations that will land differently because I'm a woman, right? And we understand this, it is human nature. And so we need to be positioning men as partners and not as people that, that we are fighting. But does this mean that accountability doesn't take place? Of course not. That is at the core of the theory of change, is accountability. So we must be intentional about accountability, but we must be even more intentional about ensuring that we leave no one behind. And the feminist position, in fact, I would argue it's quite unfeminist to assume that we are going to exclude men and boys from this conversation, given the fact that we've got a brewing crisis of sexual violence against young boys in this country. We cannot afford to leave them out of the conversation. We cannot afford to leave men out of the conversation. But we are also saying that we need to, in us mobilizing the whole of society, it's about us holding each other accountable. And that's important.
Can I see if you are all happy, honourable members? I think the last question I want to ask you, this fight against gender-based violence requires resources. So we've just declared a national emergency, but the declaration of a national disaster, but the declaration came without the allocation of additional resources to the fight. Then this fight against gender-based violence, we will not succeed if we do not get government to understand the necessity of social workers. But we've gone and trained social workers, but between 6,000 and 8,000 of them are sitting at home. So say if you are to be appointed to the council, how do you start the conversation in making sure government understands that we cannot just declare a disaster without allocating additional funding? And how would you then also start the conversation around ensuring that enough resources, you are advising government, you will be giving them new strategies, new ideas. How do we start to get people to understand that social workers are the foot soldiers in the fight against gender-based violence?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Chair, for the question. Here, again, Section 18 of the Act is quite clear in terms of where can we get money from, right? It speaks about the state, through Parliament, of course. It speaks about donations. It also speaks about, the strategic partnerships that should be able to unlock that. And I think this is something that we need to be intentional about. We do have the public management finance framework that kind of tells us how we should be managing public resources. I think what we must be intentional about is going out there, bringing in our partners into a room and saying that the state can only do so much of this funding. Where are our other partners and what's their role? And this is why we say you have to put your money where your mouth is. It's a controversial statement, but it is a statement that holds weight, particularly within the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. So it looks like definitely knocking on the door of the private sector and saying, how then do they empower initiatives such as the GBV Response One Fund, but also knowing that when we look at the institutional makeup of the council as reflected in the National Strategic Plan, it does speak about, a call for us to establish a national fund. And we know that fund, we need to appreciate what a long legislative process that is, right? But the conversation can already start happening around public good, around different partners coming together to contribute to ensure that we're able to upscale our interventions on gender-based violence, because I think that's also a big bottleneck, right? In terms of community-based interventions, some of the biggest shortfalls, and this came out in the 5-year review of the National Strategic Plan by the Presidency. Some of the shortfalls is that our interventions are short-term. They're short-term because we don't have money to fund them, right? So we need to be able to kind of demystify and make it less awkward to talk about fundraising within the sector, to be able to ensure that we upscale and we increase the reach of GBVF-related services and support. In terms of social workers, I would argue the same approach. You know, I would argue the same approach precisely because all of these things we are empowered, you know. I mean, our Lodestar plan, which is a national development plan, is clear on the role of social workers. I think that what we need to be doing is to be lobbying and to be changing those perceptions. Is to be changing the perceptions. It's a specialized skill that should be existing in every department, in every school, in every hospital, in every police station. The reality of the matter is we cannot develop a society that is traumatized, a society that is violated, a society that is unsafe. You know, in order for us to really move the needle, we need to be able to invest, we need to do the people investment, right? And social workers are best positioned to drive that kind of investment.
Thank you very much. Last question, Honourable Angel, and then we need to wrap up because I do see Honourable Tiama was right. We've been busy for more than an hour already.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Ms. Motlwatse, I think at some point where you were speaking about the pillars, the economic power, you did make mention of the 40% procurement spend towards businesses that are owned by women within our country. Looking at the current statistics of lack of opportunities to economic by women and the unemployment that is sitting at 39% by women, and the recent study that has been done, I think I've heard even the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Ms. Chukungwa, speaking on it a number of times, indicating that when they conducted the study, it indicates that a lot of women are still stuck in abusive relationships because they lack economic opportunities. Would you say this 40% procurement spend from its inception, has it made any impact to improve or to change the lives of women within our country, in your own opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that definitely, to answer the question, it's influenced by positionality, of course. We do know that Africa has the highest, the largest entrepreneurs, and they're largely women, black women to be particular. But we also know some of the red tape that is involved in terms of doing work with the state, you know, which also becomes a barrier in terms of, you know, compliance issues, collateral, becomes a barrier in terms of working and doing business with the state. But those who are able to do business, what we know for a fact is that women are a lot more, and I want to use, let me use the word rather, care, you know. Care is quite central to how we run businesses and institutions, and so we know that women-led organizations, or SMMEs, do play a role in terms of creating employment like every other SMME, but I think there's a lot more intentionality around who you are also hiring for the kind of work that you want to do. I think the 40% procurement can't exist in isolation, right? For us to look to measure its impact, we also need to be able to measure the impact at which the state has been able to reduce the red tape in terms of doing business with the state, you know. So how has that also contributed to more participation of women in terms of working with the state, and what are the outcomes of that? But I know without a shadow of doubt is that by including more women in economic opportunities, we are also not only dealing with the issues of that particular family, but of communities more broadly.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed spending the time with you and listening to all your ideas and your insights. You clearly have a passion for women, and you obviously have a passion for the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. I want to just inform you that the committee will finalize its work tomorrow. By that time, we would have interviewed 18 candidates. Our work then continues in Parliament, where we will receive a state security and HR vetting report on our candidates. We will also ask the legal team of Parliament to take us through the public commentary, although most of the public comments that we received on our shortlisted candidates were by and large very positive. Then we will deliberate on all the interviews, and we will put together a report which we will then submit to the National Assembly for consideration. If it is accepted, it will then be sent to the President of the Republic, and he will ultimately make the decision on who will serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So we would really like to thank you again, and I'm going to give you the opportunity just to say something in closing, your closing statement, or to ask a question if you would like to do that.
Firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity. Moments like this always help you to refine your thinking and also bring perspective on some of the issues that you are so deeply passionate about. And I think the 3 words that I want to leave the Portfolio Committee and the rest of South Africa with is that, number 1, we need to mobilize everyone, ensuring that we're leaving no one behind in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We need to ensure that we are coordinating efforts, that we are not duplicating, that we are not leading to unintended negative consequences because of our inability to integrate and to align our interventions. And number 3 is that we are pushing for the implementation. And we are removing that responsibility to say that it's not only a government thing, it is a whole of society issue. It starts with me, it starts with you. And where we are the real implementers of the National Strategic Plan. And whatever the outcomes of this process are, is that the commitment to fighting gender-based violence and femicide does not even deter. In fact, iba higher. And we look forward to reconvening, to meeting again, whether it be in the formalities of platforms like this or on the streets where we make our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Colleagues, you can stretch your legs for 2 minutes, and then we will take our last candidate, who is Mr. Lemema. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. And he would be candidate on page 148. Shoot one by one.
No, but it's not. Keep this high. Yeah, please.
Tell managers if you have to manage. You are our chair. Yeah?
We now group B. At least it went better. Okay, colleagues, it's now almost 10 to 4. We've got our last candidate for the day in the House, Mr. Lemema. Am I pronouncing your surname correctly?
Mic check, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
My surname is Dimema. So
Dimema.
Kasa Soto and LI is pronounced D.
Dimema.
So you say Dimema, but you
Dimema.
write it Limema.
Dimema.
That's right.
Apologies, then I've been pronouncing it incorrectly. Good afternoon, sir. You are most welcome to Parliament. As a way of... Are you all settled, members? It's 148, yeah. Good afternoon, sir. You are most welcome to this interview session. By way of introduction, I'm Liesel van der Merwe, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. They will introduce themselves when they interact with you. We want to start by asking you whether you've got any conflict of interest that you wish to declare, and if you are to be nominated to serve on the council, are you aware that the position is not a salaried position, but that members will only be receiving a stipend? If you can just confirm that.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. van der Merwe. Hope I'm saying it correctly. On the first question, no. I don't have any conflicts that I believe would compromise my position in this capacity. And two, I have been made aware that it's a non-salaried, it's a labor of love, it's country duty, so that is not an issue for me.
Thank you so much, sir. I think looking at your CV, you're a chartered accountant.
That's correct.
I know that because my dad and my sister are both chartered accountants, so I know how hard you had to work to attain that qualification. You also work for APSA, but if you can just start by telling us about yourself, your background, your career, why are you interested in this country duty, as you refer to it? Why do you want to be nominated to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? And then also just talk, of course, you work for APSA, but are you also involved in civil society organizations? Because as you know, we are looking for candidates representing either civil society or the private sector.
Okay, I've made some notes there. So firstly, good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to be here and to meet you all in person. My name is Tambo Dimema, as I said earlier. A little bit about myself. I'm proudly South African. I am a Mosotho gentleman by heritage. I am a product of a man who is a descendant of people of Basotho, of Lesotho. So my paternal family is Basotho from the kingdom, the mountain kingdom, and my maternal family is Zulu. So I am bilingual or multilingual, actually. I speak several languages. And I was born and raised in the Free State. Where I'm from is a town in the Eastern Free State called Qwaqwa. It was a homeland back in the day where a lot of the Basotho people were settled. And that's where I was raised up until, I'd say up until the end of my primary education. I then went to boarding school in Bloemfontein for 5 years at an Anglican school there, an all-boys school. Again, exposed to an environment of men, young men only. Studied in Grahamstown. I did my accounting degree. Did my first job at a bank called Investec. So I did my articles as well, so it was outside of public practice, as it was called back then. And after I qualified as a chartered accountant, I spent a few months at Investec. At the time, Barclays had just entered South Africa. They were looking for newly qualified CAs to join this program they had established. Making an informed decision after consulting various stakeholders, mentors, I then decided to join Barclays Africa Group at the time, which is now known as ABSA. And that was about March 2012 when I joined the group. I've had several roles in the bank. Currently, I head up a team called Structured Lending Products, or SLP, which is essentially our asset finance business, where we provide financing to clients in our corporate and investment banking division. Asset finance, either through commercial asset finance where they outright purchase the asset, or through leasing solutions where they need to lease mostly vehicles, and we have solutions for that. So that's my day job and my bread and butter. I'd say through my time at ABSA, I've also been quite involved in the DEIB community. So I was there in the very early stages when we established our youth forum in the bank. We obviously did a lot of good work with our partners to make that, and till this day we have a robust youth forum. I was involved in the employment equity forum in the bank for several years, and we've made wonderful strides in that work in the organization. More recently, in 2023 November, we established a men's forum, which is focused on male colleagues in the bank. And I'd say there are three core objectives in our establishment, which was done in collaboration with our women's forums and others. One, it was around how do we create active allyship in the workplace? You know, so as a gentleman in the financial sector, you walk into a room, it's full of gentlemen. I think it's important that guys themselves start calling that out and say, we actually need to correct this, and maybe succession planning and interventions. So active allyship is about doing something in the workplace where there's issues. The second one is around how do we deal, many men have issues. I mean, research demonstrates that male employees are the least likely users of workplace health and wellness interventions. And that's an issue across, even outside the workplace. So how do we collaborate with our DIB, our wellness teams, to ensure that our male colleagues are able to look after themselves because they can't pour from empty cups? And the third and final objective is around how do we deal with social ills, substance abuse, there's various issues. And one of the ones that really hit us hard was this issue of gender-based violence. I think as we got into the workshops, learning, we went through training. We are the first workplace forum in the bank that has a GBVF certification, and we did it through the German Chamber of Commerce and the AHK program. And we had a wonderful celebration, but after you have the certification, the question is what? So we did several things there. So I'd say the organization I work for is a partner to what's called He for She. I've got my badge today. He for She, we do a lot of work with several UN agencies. From UN Women, we partnered with UNICEF, UNDP, several of them, UNFPA in the G20 process. So through the work that we've done previously with the presidency, I was invited to represent my organization in the G20 last year. I was in the Empowerment of Women Working Group, where I was an active participant and contributor to Key Priority 3, which was focused on addressing gender-based violence. So the theme for last year, as many of you may be aware, is around championing positive masculinity to end and address GBV. So we used our experience, the work we've done in the space, to contribute meaningfully to the G20. And I'd say most people that attended our build-up activities and side events did commend us on how successful they were and how impactful those were. The second question that you ask is why serve? I mean, I come from a family of very strong women, mothers that looked after us. They sacrificed a lot to get us to where we are. There's many, my peers, my generation, we have children, we have daughters. So why is around, you know, for my why is I love this country, I love my people. And a lot of that, and even research demonstrates, a lot of our foundational values come from our families. So I do this for the people I love and ultimately this country. But also, there's a deep sense of service in my leadership style to say, I do want to leave things better than I found them, right? One day when I'm sitting as a pensioner, my daughter will ask me, Papa, what did you do to deal with this pandemic when it happened? So I need to show what I've done. And hopefully through serving on this council, that could be one of the things. And through the hat that I wear from a men's forum's perspective, I think a lot of research demonstrates that one of the most impactful ways to deal and address GBVH is to engage men and boys. And we've been very involved in a number of initiatives there to address it. So as much as, I have a wonderful daughter, I want to make sure one day she marries a young man who will be able to meet the standard that I think she should deserve. So there's a legacy aspect to it as part of my why. And I think, I don't want to be too exhaustive, but the private sector has a very important role to play in this issue. As you know, requires a multi-sectoral input and participation and collaboration. And it was beautiful serving in the G20 to be alongside my government colleagues from the department, from labor, organized labor, civil society, academia. I think it was beautiful seeing us all come together to serve. And I think the role that the private sector plays is quite a unique one. I think it can be catalytic. Obviously, we just need to organize ourselves and see how we can be effective through this mechanism. And hopefully this council will help in steering and directing that. And yeah, I'd say that's that. APSA itself does have a position on gender-based violence. There is a zero tolerance. So we look at it from two lenses. GBVH, which is in the workplace. APSA is obviously, the country has ratified ILO C-190, and we have adopted it. Our policies demonstrate it. So we live it, we talk it, we advocate for it, but we also raise awareness because we do training interventions in the workplace. The second one is the GBVF, which is around how do we contribute to societal issues where GBV manifests itself. So this talks to partnering with, again, civil society, doing contributions to research, and finding ways for our colleagues to also volunteer their time, their effort, their skills to contribute to this initiative that ultimately should allow us to eliminate GBVF in our lifetime. So I think while I do have a day job, our organization encourages us to participate in these kind of interventions. Our CEO recently spoke about the importance of volunteering, and as a responsible corporate citizen, that's what we need to demonstrate. And lastly, I am involved with several, I call them civil society organizations, but they're more non-profits. The ones that I work with mostly, there's an ECD-focused one called Self-a-Change. It's focused on ECD, introducing technology, mostly in townships, and it's going to expand to rural communities, so that's the first one. The second one is called Social Coding, which is focused on high school, and it teaches digital skills, very rural community focused, and it allows the forgotten people in those communities to be included in the digital economy, be empowered, be entrepreneurs ultimately, and empowered. So that's it in terms of your questions, ma'am, I hope.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Can I hand over to Honorable Pawani?
Thank you, Chair. Toberante di mema.
Tawela ma.
Okay. Ke le swara question e te ya fela. The only question that I have, can you please provide us with your understanding of the legal framework that gives an effect for the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
So there is a National Council on GBVF Act, which I believe was passed in, I think it was 2024. There is other supporting pieces of legislation that have a role to play in addressing this issue, but my understanding is that this piece of legislation is the glue that holds all the initiatives together that address. It provides governance, it provides a legal framework, it also provides powers and how this council, once established, should operate, and it should be aligned to others. But I think what's important to highlight is, we are in a constitutional democracy, we have our constitution, we have a Bill of Rights that speaks to several rights, and one of the rights I'm quite passionate about is dignity. People need to have the right to dignity in the workplace, every space they're in. So a lot of the work that we need to do in the context of the legislation that glues all of this together, which is essentially manifested through Pillar 1 of the NSP, that's quite critical. But at the same time, when you speak legal, there's obviously several sectors in our country, society, the workplace, there's the EE Act, there's various pieces of legislation that guide how workplaces should be. Others are focused on certain sectors, like the mining sector, for example, which I can talk about later. It too has certain compliance requirements it has, like SLPs and so forth, to ensure that it's responsible. But I'd say this glue holds it together, but it needs to coordinate, it needs to lead, and it needs to ensure that there's accountability. So that's how I see this particular piece of legislation that will then mandate this council to then be the instrument of change.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kanile? No, sorry, Honorable Peterson. Apologies.
One. Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Dimema. I'm Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what do you think, or what would you say is the purpose of this council? Thank you.
So, I was doing a bit of reading around the council, and what is articulated is that the council ultimately is a governance platform where there is leadership, there's coordination, there's also accountability that is needed to ensure that we are effective in addressing and fighting gender-based violence. But the council also has to be multi-sectoral. It has to be apolitical, but it also has to, in my mind, demonstrate a level of technical competence. It needs to be able to do this job effectively. So if I go back to the point around multi-sectoral, it's very important that diversity is there in how we are composed. And when I say diversity, the things that come to mind are race, gender, sexual orientation, the usual things. The multi-sectoral piece, I think for me, brings in lived experience of people from government, from academia, from different parts of our society that can enable us to meet the president's objectives to say, we need a whole of society approach, but something has to coordinate, it has to lead, and it also has to come up with creative ways on how we can all respond. And if, I have the privilege to serve on this, it would be important for me as a member to listen, to understand what colleagues do. And I see it as also a way for us in listening and learning. There needs to be ways for us to start being active and doing things. Because I think our country, we saw it in the shutdown last year on the eve of I believe it was the G20 Social Summit, where everybody was in purple. People want action, right? So I see this council as one of those instruments that provide actions, but action that is measured, that is well-researched, that's guided, but also is coming from people with the best of intention to want to be constructive in how we deal with this. I think for a very long time, a lot of these issues have been very adversarial. Some people see this as a zero-sum game. If you help men, you're taking away from women. I believe it's possible to help both to ensure that all of us are collaborating in dealing with this issue. So I do see this council as a very critical instrument. And a lot of the things I believe can be figured out, and we can, pioneer, and hopefully we can lead the continent and the world in showcasing how we are getting together to fight and eliminate GBVF in our lifetime.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Dimema. I'm correct, no? Thank you very much. Mine will be short or brief. The National Strategic Plan, NSP, on gender-based violence and femicide, GBVF, is key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you please outline your understanding of pillars 3 and 4. Provide us your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the Council should play in this regard.
Okay, so let me take it from the top. So my understanding on how the NSP was put together, there was a very consultative process. There were a lot of local contributors to it, international contributors to it, like the Ford Foundation, GIZ, which is another organization I indicated, we worked with. And my take on the 6 pillars, they are all integrated and they have a unique role to play, right? The first one, the way I see it, is essentially the council itself, but that should cascade down to society to ensure that there's actually leadership accountability in those, respective sectors of society. 2 deals with prevention and social cohesion. The role of sports is quite critical. 3 is more focused on responding to perpetrators, so the justice system. How do we protect victims? And ways to ensure that the enforcement and ultimately people are dealt with. And so that's the first one that you asked me. I'll focus on that one. The one after that, which is 4, is more focused on victims and survivors. It speaks to healing, it speaks to care, it speaks to how do we provide restorative justice as well. Touching quickly on the 5th one is around empowerment of women. The 6th one is around, I call it the R&D one, because that's where we need research, information. And during the G20, we had things called knowledge banks, where we would have repositories on various topics across different sectors. But the 3rd pillar is one that I think a lot of people find to have, while there's progress in the things like the domestic violence pieces of legislation, criminal law, there's a lot of work that's been done around sexual offender lists and all of that. People feel that a lot of people get away with GBV, and I think it's one of those pillars that definitely needs better coordination with experts in this area, the criminal justice system, law enforcement, and other participants that can enhance the importance of, firstly, justice, protection, safety, and there's definitely a role where private sector, for example, plays a role through partnership with government, civil society, and so forth. So I see the 3rd pillar as one that is a protector, supposed to ensure that some kind of consequence management. But I think an important thing, and you've seen probably in the social media around our Department of Correctional Services, the restoration aspect of it. At my daughter's school, when people speak about anti-bullying and people that have done something wrong, or young kids, what is the restorative and the corrective action that's done? So I think in that pillar 3, there is a piece of that that's quite critical. But pillar 4, when a victim, or survivor experiences GBV and they go to, let's say, Tutuzela Care Center, which is one of the instruments that I believe falls into that 4th pillar, how friendly is that? Is the staff accommodating? We speak about victim-centered approach to dealing with issues of GBVF and GBVH, and the care that is needed. Again, that's where a lot of members of our civil society, community-based organizations are on the ground. There's an event I attended last year on Human Rights Day organized by the GBVF Response Fund, where one of the guys spoke about the cut from US aid and how that's impacting the ability to be on the ground to support and to be there and even man some of the TCCs. So there is an important role that needs to be played, for example, by the private sector. Organizations like SPAR, they provide contribution of toiletries, sanitary, other things that help women that are going to these shelters and get support, to have some dignity also, and not just to, be left without care, without some kind of humanity that's needed and compassion. So that 4th pillar around ensuring there's healing, there's response, there's a way that we genuinely show care about survivors and victims of GBV. That's how I see that working and in its coordination. And again, that's where when you talk about a whole of society approach, from the Ministry of Health to the hospitals, clinics, and even things like technology, how do we then incorporate all of that into making sure we are effective in delivering across all the pillars? But to answer your question on these 2 pillars, this is how I see them. And definitely, we just need to see how we listen and understand so we can be an effective council in providing enhancements to each of those. And also learn from international best practice. I think the G20 taught us that while we as South Africans, we live, the spirit of Ubuntu, we care about each other, there's problems in this country, I think that's no secret. But there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from the Global South, some of our peers that have similar challenges and crises that we do from a GBVF perspective. So I think an important thing that this council needs to do, in addition to listening, to learning, equipping itself technically and otherwise, we definitely need to be innovative and creative in how we come up with solutions that are specific to our context And these two pillars here, yes, there's all these commissions happening around the enhancement and dealing with things. I think that's no secret. But I think we do need to see how we then take relevant actions within our means, within our powers, in a consultative and constructive way to be effective on those two. I don't know if there's follow-ups, but I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mbiko.
Molo budi.
Molo mama.
Ninja.
Sikhona njani?
Philile namakhonto. My question is about the patriarchy and toxic masculinity is said to fuel the GBVF. And calls have been made to promote positive masculinity. What is your understanding of these concepts? Would you promote positive masculinity as an area to be advocated by this council? Thank you, sir.
The answer to your last question is absolutely. I think when you speak about positive masculinity, the role of men and boys that I touched on earlier, it is one of our passion areas in the organization that I work in. So I'm just going to take you through a methodical approach. You know, all of us come from homes, we come from families, we come from societies and communities where there are certain beliefs. Some of those beliefs were passed down from generation to generation. Most of them, from a patriarchy perspective, are designed to benefit men. And unfortunately, there are also a lot of women who believe that status quo is okay. And they perpetuate patriarchal system, which in my mind benefit no one. They don't benefit men and women. The world needs to be equitable, and I think we need to challenge certain norms from a patriarchal system that are oppressive, that deny dignity. Pillar 5 speaks about empowerment. There are cases where, because of your gender, patriarchy says you cannot inherit land. So there are things around that patriarchal system that this council really needs to think about engaging the whole of society. And one of the key engagement areas there would be traditional leaders, chiefs, kings, royal families, to have an understanding of how do they define positive masculinity? What is it from their cultural practices that they believe this generation has a duty and a responsibility to change? There are certainly things that need to be left behind, in my view, in my personal opinion. And there are good things that can be taken forward. Perhaps certain things can be modified, enhanced. And I'll give you an example around initiation school practices. I mean, I was in Lesotho over the festive season with my family in Botabote, witnessed beautiful ceremonies where young men come from mountain as grown men, and in those mountains and through those exercises, they are taught what it means to be a man, to be a husband, to be a father. I think it's through interventions where you engage and collaborate with people in those spaces. We're not trying to take away your culture, change it, or make it something that you don't want to be proud of. But positive masculinity requires activities to be done that ensure the next generation of young men are better than our generation. I think we live in an age where there's a lot of information, a lot of social media, a lot of research that's been done around the benefits of positive masculinity. And I'd say most of the royal leaders and chiefs in those spaces are aware of those. It's a matter of us now coordinating ourselves to take action. So a patriarchal system, while I'm speaking in a South African context, these are continental issues, they are global issues, indigenous communities and various others, and even in the private sector itself. So my take of the world of work is there's a lot of principles and concepts that were developed in the global north that have been brought to the global south. And in the global south and in countries like ours, we found ourselves having to adopt some of these practices, sometimes because we're part of global entities, sometimes because international best practices, that's what we need to do. I am a believer in taking a decolonial approach and considering that the world admires our spirit of Ubuntu, right? And the spirit of Ubuntu, if you look at it in its essence about I am because we are, it also speaks to the golden rule to say, do unto others as you'd like them to do unto you. how do we then look at the patriarchal system that's currently in place and make sure that if genders were reversed, if I was a lady and I was receiving the things that the system is designing, will I be okay? As a father to a young girl, am I comfortable in letting her get into a system that is of this nature? So I think that's quite key. And I spoke about social media earlier, and there's a lot of content around this. Social media is flush with a lot of toxic masculinity content. We've seen it. There's a term called the manosphere that speaks about these rooms where guys speak about women wanting rights, taking away their rights as men. Again, those are people that have a zero-sum game mentality where they believe if women are empowered, they are less empowered. I think that speaks to human issues. It speaks to maybe people that haven't healed, that are not self-aware, that haven't done the work to make sure that they build their own confidence, and I'm speaking about men here. And they find company with people that are like-minded, and they form these groups that ultimately spew into the world. And you find various posts, podcasts, memes that get done that actually normalize even things like homophobia. So I think toxic masculinity should be countered by positive masculinity, which requires action. I think I'm a comic fan, and in the world of comics, you have heroes and villains. Every villain has a power, but there's a hero somewhere who can actually counter that power of that villain. But it requires us to decide that we want to heal a world. And I think positive masculinity, if you look at it, it challenges all these systems. It defines what positive masculinity is. But in its definition, and this is again where Pillar 6 come in, there's a lot of academic work that's being done on what that is for us here in South Africa. So Prof. Malosilanga from WITS, he's one of the most respected thought leaders on positive masculinity. He's done research where he follows boys and men from townships, communities for many years and understands how does this person change from being a drug addict, a problematic guy who steals, etc., to ultimately, let's say, being an upstanding citizen who contributes positively to their community, to society, and overall. And understanding the levers of change and things that in various contexts, because obviously across the 9 provinces there are nuances, we actually need to enhance research that allows us to have a better understanding of what positive masculinity means in ethnic groups, in regional areas, in sectors, in the world of work where business leaders can say that, with pride, my successor is a female, but when that gets heard by other men, there's no doubt that this person is capable, competent, and it's not a tick box exercise where we're just trying to fill in quotas or meet quotas. So I think positive masculinity should also be role modeled. And I'll go back to the point around, volunteering by members of the public, of the private sector. We're in a society where we have a crisis, I'll call it, where there's a lot of absent fathers. A lot of these young boys come from communities where there's not a lot of positive role models. There's gangsterism in some cases. They're just by themselves and they learn from each other. It's almost like a Lord of the Flies. And a lot of those boys actually need guidance. And this is a principle that you even see in the wildlife, where you see elephants that baby elephants that don't have daddy elephants, they end up causing a ruckus, right, in nature. But I'd say there's a concept called social fathers. There was a report that was released last year called the State of South African Fathers. In there it speaks around the crisis itself, but how can we respond? And I think many of us that are men that I believe need to drive and champion positive masculinity, we need to find the role that we should be playing in being social fathers to those young boys that don't have those role models. But again, this council needs to think of how do we take existing programs and initiatives, and there are many that exist, like the work that an organization called Prime Stars is doing. They have a movie called What About the Boys? They play a cinema. These boys go through various issues. They invite members of the private sector to watch with these boys after a movie. They debrief. What are your thoughts on GBV? What is positive masculinity? A boy will say, my neighbor, there's abuse at home, at my neighbor's house. How should I respond to that? And as an organization, we need to prepare our men to go out and mentor these young boys and ensure that they do us proud. And I guess positive masculinity there, when it comes to targeting boys, also challenges us to look at our inner children as men, the inner boy. How did that inner boy come to who Tambo is today? And what are the things that Tambo of today would have needed when he was a teenager and a young man to be a better version of who he is today. And I think it's taking an empathetic approach like that that allows us to lead with heart, to serve, but also to listen. But after listening, we need to put interventions that allow us to really champion positive masculinity. And I'll close by saying, through being involved in the G20 process, I've learned a lot from, as I said, leaders in organized labor that have seen mine shafts where men do disgraceful things when there's women around, and those men call it out, and they support things like ILO C-190. There are civil society organizations that are made up of men that want to fight and advocate for this issue. There are academic, excellent people in this country, excellent academics who will guide us as a council on things that we need to do, take into account interventions, and implement to be effective. Because as I said earlier, we need action, and therefore, I think to really champion positive masculinity also speaks to some of the legacy projects that have come from the G20 itself, specifically in this working group that I was in, where some of them target the empowerment of women, which is Pillar 5. How do we address issues of social justice, ensuring civil society is empowered, and importantly, because I'm from the private sector, what can we do? So I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you. I see you have a wealth of experience and knowledge, and hopefully you'll be able to fundraise if you make it through into the NCGBVF Council. My question is based on governance. Now, what is your understanding of good governance, and how do you see this also being applicable or applied in the NCGBVF Council? That's the first question.
Can I give me a second one? Or should I respond to this one first?
You can respond.
Okay. Look, I think governance, I mean, when I go to my university years and being trained to being a chartered accountant, we learn about the King Code, what good governance looks like, independence, conflict of interest, all of that. But there are also various ways that, you know, when you talk about ESG, in my mind, governance is probably the one that should come first, because you need to have the right people in leadership to ensure that you implement the things that result in effective E responses, effective S responses. But there are certain things that are needed as criteria for governance to be effective. Firstly, I think we all need to be aligned on why we are here, why we are serving on this council. We also need to acknowledge that we don't know it all. I think a bit of humility will be important for us to be teachable, to listen, but also to allow ourselves to sit in a room, exchange ideas, and be creative in how we respond. Governance, in my mind, also speaks to accountability. We need to find ways to, in a transparent way, showcase what is being done. And if you look at how this is practiced in the private sector, go to any company's annual integrated report. It'll tell you how governance is set up. There's a board, there are subcommittees of that board with a chair that's looking after either social ethics, either audit and risk, etc. How does that function together in its entirety? I think this council needs to think how it organizes itself based on how it aims to play an active role in solving a very systemic issue. So I think ethics is also very important from a governance perspective. There are other things. I mean, I'm a SAICA member. We get trained on these things. CPD is obviously mandatory for us to keep up with codes of professional practice, or the CPC, and other things. So I'd say for this council, an important piece of governance is obviously the piece of legislation. It's almost like a terms of reference of sorts. So in the ABSA Men's Forum, we have a terms of reference. It says, this is my term, these are my roles and responsibility, our response, these are my stakeholders, and this is how long this piece of governance lasts. So you almost have a version 1 for, let's say, a term. I think this council needs to think about terms. We need to think about how we deal with this crisis in a way that ensures we also do some kind of succession planning as well. And obviously, in considering the diversity, there needs to be, when we leave as the outgoing team, should we be able to serve, we should also be there in the background as friends, as you know, legacy and institutional memory to help those that come after us. So good governance also talks about effective succession planning and some kind of continuity where that institutional knowledge is not lost, but ultimately is retained and benefits society. There's other textbook things that I have in mind, ma'am, but I shall not go into there. Maybe let me pause and get your second question, or get a follow-up if there's any.
Okay, and I thank you very much for that. So according to you, what would be the key attributes that those who are to be appointed to the NCGBVF should possess?
I was reflecting on this over the festive season and in the work that I was doing, you know, contributing, I said, to the G20, the work we've done in the AU, when you contributed to the AU Convention to End Violence Against Women and Girls, various other things that, you know, I got into. And when I think of how productive we were in some of the things that we achieved and think about the attributes of the people that were in those spaces, one, I think there needs to be a level of humility, right? I think often egos get in the way of certain things being done, pride and all these things. So I think there needs to be a level of humility, there needs to be a spirit of service. We are ultimately here to serve in something that has a national imperative. If you think about, you know, the declaration of the state of disaster and how, you know, that was received, it was received with a lot of skepticism from some people that said, you know, yes, great, you know, they'd say all sorts of things, but so what? So there's a trust deficit. And I think important attributes of service, ultimately competence is important because we do need to have a spirit of interrogation, refining, improving. And you, earlier in your opening, you spoke about my financial background. And I think that's one of the things I want to contribute to this council. Being in the banking sector for as long as I have, understanding, how financial systems work, we do need to think about how different players in the financial sector play a role in empowering organizations and civil societies and shelters, even, you know, TCCs and so forth, in a way that ensures it's done. But for us to be meaningful in our engagement, we need to be competent, we need to interrogate, we need to listen. I'd say another important attribute is the point that I raised around stewardship, leaving things better than you found them. I think, you know, knowing how long it has taken for us to get to this point, knowing the expectation that this NSP has a sunset of 2030, there's a lot of expectation for us to be able to work, and a collaborative spirit is needed. People want results. Many people are angry, and rightfully so. Many people don't know. And I think when you serve in a place like this, you need to be able to have that humility. And I know the president speaks about tumamina and people have used it. I see this as an opportunity also, when you get delegated to deliver something that is a national imperative, do that in the best effort. And an attribute that is quite important, I guess it's not really an attribute. When you're dealing with a systemic issue that is now in crisis mode and you need a systemic response, you need to have a systems thinking in how you approach resolving it. And I spoke about the financial system earlier. There's the mining sector, which has its own system, education. There are various systems that are in our community that need competent people that can provide solutions that are impactful, that can be measured. And I think the measuring part is quite critical for me, because when you have an attribute or a spirit of inquiry, and you receive a report, and you do your due diligence and your analysis to interrogate those numbers, I think people on this council need to be able to have that spirit. Whether reports come from government, organized labor, academia, private sector, I think all of us need to work as a team and collectively to ensure we are able to discern. In my profession, there's a thing called professional skepticism. And it's an attribute that I think will stand us in good stead in the long term to ensure we are then able to serve. There are other attributes that are reflected and thought on, but I think in the interest of time, ma'am, I'll stop here and see if there's any follow-up questions you have.
Thank you so much. So I will now hand back to my honourable members if there are any further follow-up questions. Any hands?
Thank you very much for the responses that you gave to my questions. But my follow-up is going to be based on a different question. And that would then be based on notwithstanding the reality that many young girls and women are affected by gender-based violence in accordance to the statistics that we have. What is your view in terms of interventions that can be made in regards to those who are gender diverse? And when I speak about gender diverse, it would speak also to the LGBTQAI plus community that are often left out of the conversation. Do you think, in your opinion and in your observation, and perhaps through the work that you have done, that there has been any progress that has been made to ensure that they are integrated and included in the interventions that are made to address GBV?
I think that's an excellent question, especially in a South African context, because it's safe for us to have this conversation. There's no punitive death penalties or anything like that for identifying as something different to what is called normal. The organization I work in, we do have a DEIB strategy, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. In that strategy, there are various pillars, and one of those pillars is members of the LGBTQI plus community. And in that example I gave earlier about what about the boys, when we'd go to the cinema, we'd watch movies, the movie actually has a character that's queer, right? And we would invite members of our LGBTQI plus community who are men to speak and share about their lived experience on being sexually abused and being violated, and being, even some men also get corrected, right? Corrective rape and all those types of things. And there are cases where I found myself and other guys that are straight men really interrogating the whole concept of homophobia in an authentic way, where you sit at home, you've had an event, you've learned so much about this guy who's different to you, you had certain assumptions, but at the end of the day, he's a human being, and he's someone who has dreams, is someone who has desires. And I think the patriarchal system and some of the norms and beliefs that have been conditioned through media, through film, through other channels, have really, I mean, probably religion to a certain extent, but I won't put it all on religion. But I'd say some people come into the workplace and into spaces where there's common, good and interest with those beliefs, where they actually target some members of this community. And I think to the question that Mayor was asking earlier around positive masculinity, positive masculinity is also about addressing homophobia. It's about calling out people that demean, people from the LGBTQI plus community. There's a very popular meme. I don't know if you guys have seen this meme. I was, joking about it yesterday. There's this MMA fighter who's being interviewed, and he's being interviewed by a former fighter, and he's asking him why he's so good at wrestling, all of that, the country where he's from. And then he says, bring your son, send him 2-3 years to Dagestan and forget, right? And then they laugh about it. Dagestan is a country, the guys from there are excellent fighters, great grapplers, wrestlers, jiu-jitsu, and they're tough. They're very resilient in the octagon, if you watch MMA. And that toughness exemplifies masculinity, being a man. And you find in these memes, they play videos of young gay boys to say, to straighten you up, send him 2-3 years to Dagestan and forget. And I think it's things like that where we can actually call out, making jokes about things like that, sharing things like that, because if I'm receiving this in a WhatsApp group and I'm queer, I'm gay, and people are joking about me being sent to some random country to be toughened up, that means I don't belong here. That means something is wrong with me, that I need to be sent somewhere to be dealt with in a way that I come back and I am whatever you want me to be. So I think, again, I acknowledge my privilege as a straight man. As I said, I went to an all-boys school where I witnessed cases of homophobia, and there are certain men, my peers, my brothers, who came out after high school. Many of them probably don't want to go back to our all-boys union because they were violated, victimized, teased for who they are. And at a human level, one needs to think about what that person had to go through to ultimately decide to distance themselves and not want to be in spaces where they don't belong. So I think ultimately this goes into the spirit of Ubuntu, the golden rule. How do we as straight men play a role in dealing with this? And as I said, fortunately, we're in a country where this is okay. You can love who you want. And I think there's a lot of work that we need to think about when we think about the broader continent, the broader world. But I'd say, personally, I don't have all the answers, and I'd like to learn from my brothers and sisters and others from the queer community or the LGBTQI+, what is it that they need to see happen? What do they need from straight men to be better allies? Because I think we can improve. And how can this council play a role? And I'm hoping we will have members of that community in that council, because we just need to think creatively on how we deal this in a way that humanizes and allows every South African to live with dignity.
Colleagues, can I check if there are any further questions? We are, as long as he restricts the answer to 2 minutes.
It's a quick one, and if you can keep it as short as possible, we'd really appreciate it. So you spoke about a meme. Now, with recent events that have been taking place in the country, where we've had soft violence, what is your view on the role in which our social media influencers, such as the ones that we have seen, who then are perpetrators of soft gender-based violence, and how the council is going to work on this?
Can you clarify what soft violence means?
That would be through social media platforms, podcasts, etc. That's soft violence.
Okay. And I think aspects of what you say also refer to what's called technology facilitated GBV, and platforms where digital tools are used to strip people naked and other things. Maybe that's an extreme version of it. But to my earlier point around positive masculinity, there needs to be counter efforts, right? And maybe there are things that we can learn from what the Australians have done to put the responsibility to the platform owners, social media companies that monetize these platforms, want to see activity. What are the things that they need to do to ensure that things are pulled off? There's some kind of moderation. There's education that's given to people that use these platforms, and maybe on the App Store, before you download this thing, there's some video, some training that you need to do and complete, and once you're done, you use it. Yes, maybe people will skip through it and they'll cheat, whatever, but you've done something. There needs to be a way for us to think creatively in our local context. How do we deal with this kind of soft violence? And the dangerous thing about this violence is, I mean, in my mind, I think it does meet the definition of GBV, because there's emotional violence, physical and sexual abuse is often, put up there, but economic violence, things that make someone feel like they've lost or their dignity is impaired. And I think we definitely need partners in the technology space. If you look at one of the G20 reports, there's an engagement group called the B20 that has an integrity and compliance, I think, task force. There they spoke about the role of using artificial intelligence as one of the ways to respond to this in a systemic way. I think human moderators, yes, there's something they can do, but how do we then start creating proper, efficient, and effective agentic AI interventions that will allow us to nip this thing in the bud, respond, and do it at a scale across all platforms? But we obviously need to work with the relevant government ministry, look at legislation, how this gets monitored, et cetera, and ensure there's impact ultimately.
Thank you so much. Honorable Tiamo says he wants to wrap this up today.
Thanks, Munghadi. Yeah.
And a 2-minute response.
Yeah, 30 seconds and 2 minutes response. Now, I see that you are flagged as one of the people that's going to be attending the mining in Tambo.
Yes. I'll be at Tambo as a speaker and representing my organization, that's correct.
I can see that, yeah. That basically means that you have a very huge profile around the work that we have done with corporates in the country.
I have contributed to the mining sector through banking, yes, I have.
Now, what do you focus to be the attitude of corporate in as far as the support for this council will be? Or how do you think they will receive this? More importantly, enable it to function through the support and donations. And what do you think your role in that can be?
So let me try to be quick. The mining sector is probably one of the more exemplary sectors in South Africa. I said we need a whole of society approach. Systems need to be integrated. The mining sector has done such a wonderful job in aligning its legislation, in making sure that it plays a meaningful role in the communities where they operate. Most mining houses have adopted TCCs. They contribute to shelters. And they work closely with organized labor, by the way, to ensure that these interventions are effective. By already adopting a TCC, empowering it and equipping it, you're already contributing financially to something that has I call it a social piece of infrastructure that benefits the mining community that you operate in. I think all of us and the work that the Minerals Council of South Africa has done is something that should be adopted by BASA, by all the sectoral bodies, I call them industry associations. We all need to think and reflect how is our role in this country, in the different components of our GDP, play a role in ensuring where we are, we tackle and respond accordingly. So there definitely needs to be more conversations. The JSE can play a bigger role in ensuring we disclosed a lot on COVID-19 when it was a crisis. What are we disclosing on GBV now that it's also a crisis? And I think we do need to engage the JSE and the various captains of industry. How do we, as a private sector, respond in the way that we did to COVID? Because this is actually, in my view, the first crisis. They say this is the second pandemic, but actually it was there pre-COVID. And the important thing is to think, when is the sunset of this crisis period as well? So that needs to be co-created. So.
Thank you very much. I'm only left with thanking you for your time today. I think it's been quite a refreshing listening to all your ideas, but more than that, it's good to hear that within the sector that you are in, you're already making such a difference and that you're so committed to the work that we need to do. So we can only say thank you very much. Thank you for the work you're already doing in the fight against gender-based violence. Thank you for thinking outside of the box. Thank you for being able to share your insights and what you think needs to happen going forward. So really, we can only say thank you very much. I need to tell you that from here, the Portfolio Committee will interview 18 candidates. We will finalize that tomorrow. From here, we go back to Parliament, where we will receive a state security briefing on our candidates. We will receive an HR briefing as well to verify the qualifications of our candidates. We will engage with Parliamentary Legal Services on the public commentary that we have received on our candidates, but by and large, the public has been supportive of the candidates that we have shortlisted. The committee will then engage and deliberate on the candidates. We will make a recommendation to the National Assembly. Once our report is adopted there, it will then be referred to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately make the decision on who will serve on the next the first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Those are the processes from here on in. We hope it will be concluded from our end by the end of February, and then hopefully by on the President's side, no later than April. But of course, we cannot dictate to the President. We just want the Council to be set up, considering that gender-based violence has now been declared a national disaster. Is there anything else you would like to say to us in closing? Your closing statement or a question?
No, look, I think firstly, I want to thank everybody for your time, energy in this whole process, and I really hope we get the right candidates that can do justice to this particular cause. I am recognizing the privilege that I have, and I come to this platform really to see how I can be an active citizen. I think, as I said, we need a whole of society approach, and I'm hoping that the colleagues that I'll be working with bring the right attitude, spirit, hunger, desire to ensure that we contribute to, firstly, let's make sure this crisis gets finished and leave things better than we found them and do it in an effective way. But I also express gratitude for everybody that has given me support, the comments that have come in. I'd like to thank various agencies, individuals, organizations that have vouched for me to be here. And I was actually encouraged to be part of this process. It's something that I didn't initiate myself. So I'm grateful to people that pushed me and said, Tambo, maybe this is where we believe you can serve. Also, given the work you've done on the G20, etc. So thank you all, and I look forward to hearing next steps.
Thank you so much, and keep up the good work. Thank you. You are excused. Colleagues, can I wish you all a wonderful afternoon? You have finished 1 hour and 13 minutes earlier than the agenda program. And then, colleagues, tomorrow there will be 4 interviews left. We are doing it 9 to 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 1. So you will be done by 1 o'clock. So tomorrow afternoon you'll have time off. And remember, on Friday morning we are visiting the 2 schools. Thereafter you will go home. Tomorrow when we conclude the interviews, I want us just to quickly deliberate, as we normally do, on how many candidates you would want for us to nominate to the president. Remember, with the NYDA, we wanted to do 10. I think we ended up nominating 9. Well, it was 9 that we suggested or recommended. But remember, the one was too old. Yeah, he fell off. So in this case, again, we need 7 candidates that we would have to recommend. So the question really that you have to apply your mind to tonight: would you want to again nominate or suggest to the president 10, or are we to suggest 9? But think about it, sleep on it, and we'll come back tomorrow after the interviews to discuss it. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much to our support team. Thank you, Mbaba. Thank you, Kashifa and team, Tasneem, Crystal, and the sign language interpreters. Thank you very much, Ms. Giba and everyone else. Have a good evening, colleagues. Thank you.